semester to what have come to be known as invisible disabilities and the multiple issues surrounding mental health. So if you're interested in those kinds of topics, please look for our programming in the fall. Feel free to contact me with suggestions. I'm very open to your ideas. As we actively assess through our classes and our discourse and our programming the breadth of what it means to be human. We can't cover everything in a single symposium. What we wanted to do was make sure we give full consideration to the critically important issue of mental health, and so that's why we're devoting the entire fall semester to it. A symposium on disability and performance seems especially relevant given current cultural discussions focusing on disability following the 25th anniversary of the ADA, the continuing debate about representation and disability in pop culture with able-bodied actors, and the sometimes contentious discussions of disability and how it fits or is excluded from larger conversations about diversity. You may have noticed just yesterday, that there is now a dual class action lawsuit filed against New York City and the subway system for discrimination against wheelchair users and people with mobility issues. That's a very big deal, and I'm sure we'll all be watching that very closely. So, as an extension of that discourse, today we appropriate the disability rights movement motto, "Nothing about us without us." And we are going to hear the perspectives of a varied and successful group of artists, academics, activists, on the ways in which disability and performance intersects with the current cultural landscape and some of the tensions that emerge from those intersections. I'm optimistic that we will have a lively, informal exchange of ideas and opinions throughout the day. Lastly, but certainly of import, is information about bathrooms, lunch, and exits. So you'll see that the exits, I feel like I'm on an airplane, the exits are this way and this way. If you go out the hallway and turn right, there's a women's accessible bathroom. If you go out the hallway and turn left and take the elevator down one floor, there's a men's accessible bathroom. We will break, we're on a tight schedule here today. If you've seen our schedule and the program, we will break at exactly 12:15 for lunch. Those of you who have RSVP'd for lunch, we will gather en masse and go over to Boylan. It's easy to get lost. We'll go over to Boylan together and have lunch in the Georgian room. And then at 1:30, we'll reconvene here and start up with David's performance at 1:30. I expect there'll be a fair bit of coming and going. I know a lot of you have meetings and classes and things you have to go to. We've built breaks into the schedule. So please, we just ask that if you have to go, look ahead and use one of those breaks to come in and out of the audience rather than during a performance or a panel. So without further delay, do I have Jaron? Jaron? There you are, thank you. Without further delay, I'd like to introduce our first performer of the day, Jaron Herman, who's a principal dancer with Heidi Latsky Dance. And I've had a terrific time getting to know Jaron as we've been emailing back and forth about logistics. And I'm really excited to tell you that he's sharing a new piece with us today that he's working on titled Phys Ed. So please join me in welcoming Jaron Herman to Brooklyn College. Great, thank you. Oh. Thank you, Jaron. I'm just going to cross in front of you for 1 second. I'm going to use my Rollator as my chair. So I'm sure you all have questions for Jaron as well, but I'd like to just lead us off and chat a little bit about your impulse for this piece and a little bit about your background, because I'm not sure everyone's familiar with your work and how you came to dance. I guess in a dancer's career, you came to it a little bit later.
Yeah.
So if you want to just tell us a little bit about that.
Sure. Hi, everyone. Early morning cardio. I started dancing at 20. I'm 26 now. And I got into it through this choreographer named Sean Curran. He is like besties with my artistic director, choreographer Heidi Latsky, and I was assigned to him at a intensive for at the New Victory Theater. Mic's off. Okay. So I was an education apprentice in my sophomore college summer, and he introduced me to dance, and then introduced me to the career I have now. And then Heidi took it from there.
Maybe you could tell people a little bit about Heidi Latsky Dance, because I'm not sure everybody knows about that dance.
Sure. Heidi Latsky Dance is a physically integrated dance company here in New York City. It's been around since 2001, and in 2006 it started to integrate people with disabilities. After Heidi met a visual artist and bilateral amputee named Lisa Bufano. Heidi credits her as her muse, first muse, and from there, the culmination of their first physically integrated work was called GIMP, which premiered in 2008 and toured nationally. And then I joined 2012. Yes, yeah. I'm a teaching artist with the company as well. I helped with the pilot program at an inclusive school in the Upper West Side called Enhanced Children, and I'm also a teaching artist with the National Dance.
So not lazy. We have a runner, I think. Nick with a microphone, right? A runner with a microphone. And for audience questions. So if some of you have questions, we're happy to take those now.
Hi, I'm also a runner. I understand that it takes a lot of cardio, conditioning, good nutrition to be a dancer. I'd like to know what your workout and nutrition regimen is like.
Yeah, very sporadic. I try and eat as healthfully as possible. At this moment, I do my fridge. I'm very proud of my fridge right now, which is like all grains, spinach, fruit, protein, and then largely, I think there is like a way to train as a dancer, quote unquote. I think that my entry into it, both being older as a dancer and then a person with a disability, I had to figure out how my body can be trained or how my body could work best in terms of conditioning. So I largely train and work out on the job. Thankfully, I have a rehearsal schedule that's rigorous enough that it keeps me in the studio for 4 hours a day, 3 days a week. And then I also take like somatic practice classes like Feldenkrais on a weekly basis. So that's pretty minimal. I rely a lot on my body's own chemistry to like get me there. I've been finding that I can't really make my body do something that it can't do. Instead, I like to hear it out, and then we'll go.
Great. I think Rosemary had.
Thank you, Brenda, for the conference, and thank you, Jaron, for the really wonderful performance. I've never seen you dance, really, before. So I have a kind of question, comment. When we use our bodies for aesthetic purposes, when we perform ourselves, if you will, it seems to me that it's important, and you really did this, that the distinctivenesses of our bodies be aesthetic elements. And your distinctiveness, or at least part of it, is asymmetry, and asymmetry is the way of being in the world for many of us. And I thought it was terrific in the way that your left arm was an essential aesthetic element of the performance. And in particular, I thought it was effective, the move in which your right arm engaged with your left arm, because what we expect from bodies is symmetry, and that makes a certain expected engagement between the two parts of our bodies that are expected to be symmetrical. And I thought it worked really well to see what your right arm was doing with your left arm. And also, I guess I would encourage more moves that emphasize the distinctiveness of your left arm, just so the audience realizes real clearly that it's not being helped by your right arm, but it's being engaged with your right arm. It's just, asymmetry is such a marvelous aesthetic opportunity, and I thought you and Heidi did a great job with that.
Actually, yeah, this is my first piece that I've choreographed by myself.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Congratulations.
Thanks. I always say that because...
I somehow missed that.
No, yeah, no, it's okay. Yeah, this piece was created out of an invitation from Heidi to be a part of a Food for Thought, a dance-based project back in March. And that was the pressure to present something that was specifically with the cadre of like disabled artists, and for me to really understand my distinctiveness, like what was the thing I was going to say and bring to the table. Also, this piece relays a growing relationship I have or understanding of my left side as it pertains to the task that I internalized in middle school and elementary school, was PE, and not having the time to find equilibrium with the tasks I was given, like a push-up or like the jumping jack, or any of those tasks that were put on me in the physical education sphere. So I thought, what would be audacious? And it would be to give the time that my left needed to do the things that it was asked to do. So phys ed was, for me, a moment to mythologize PE and to make it as beautiful or as microscopic as I felt internally it was. You know, no one sees the struggle, no one sees the adaptations that I had to do, and so I wanted to put that on in front.
I think Christine, if we can bring the microphone down to, thank you. And while you're doing that, I'll just say, one of the things that I was really struck by and really moved by is when you had all this movement and all this energy, and then all of a sudden you would have a moment of suspended animation. And I found it incredibly moving. When you occupied stillness with your body entirely, and your arm was extended and that energy was suspended for a moment. So it's almost like Mie in Chinese opera, right? This moment of what's going to come next. And it was also a sort of anticipatory moment. I thought it was really lovely.
Cool.
Christy.
Hi.
Hey.
question. Since this is the first piece that you've ever choreographed, Sharon,
Yeah.
which is amazing to me. I mean, that in itself is huge. But I wonder if you could talk about maybe one or two discoveries that you made in terms of the process of choreographing a piece for yourself. I'm sort of fascinated about how one even goes about doing that in terms of the actual logistics of sort of, sort of looking at yourself and seeing if what you're doing is translating with what you have in your head, and what kind of discoveries you made doing that.
It's a great question because it was like a rite of passage and kind of a sense of you're entering into a process that your betters have gone through, and so it was definitely a growing experience for the logistical aspect of like I learned how to book space. I learned how to focus on time and what I want to accomplish. I had the privilege of being a writer beforehand, so I constructed somewhat of a narrative on top of what I wanted to go with, and that helped me. This concept of beginning, middle, and end helped me tremendously. But it was incredibly hard to go and like face myself, and especially face a minute part of what I could relay in 12 minutes. The touchstones were really the music at first. I found that as my entry into the movement. And then it really became what is something that one I haven't shown in other people's works that I want to show in my own, and what hasn't been pushed out of me that I can push out of myself. And that's because I can have that conversation very internally and very immediately. I don't have to sit down with someone else and say like, well, what do you want to do? It's already in my mind. So the discoveries were really, it's never finished. It won't be finished by performance day. It will be. Tech is a horrible beast because it's like you have some cues. There's a lot of things that come into this. Because of disability, I think I was really worried about consistency, and without anyone else's outside eye, until I didn't really even have the curators who presented me in the moment. So it was like pretty much done. So no outside eyes. It was for me to find what was my level of consistency, or what was the thing of consistency that I'm most comfortable with. And I actually think I found it. Found the tenets, my rhythm in terms of I have touchstones in this piece that are really defined, and then there's a little bit of improvisation in there. But yeah, it's been really encouraging and really freeing and liberating. This has been a really liberating experience.
Hi. Oh, okay. Hi. So I know besides being a dancer, you're also a writer. So I was wondering how maybe being a writer in a sense influenced your dancing, and how maybe your dancing also influenced the way you write.
You stumped me there.
That's one of my students.
Oh,
One of my students.
Brava. I think I'll get into this a little bit in the panel too, but I used to see them as separate. I used to see them as two parts of me that would never intersect, or writing was kind of a consolation prize, be a part of the arts initially, because I didn't think that performing was viable for me, or was a viable entry. So when I think about writing now, I think about it a little bit like a crutch, actually. And it will take me a little while to think about it in that fresh ground that I thought of it before I started dancing. With that being said, it informs me to think about punctuation. It informs me to think about, is this a paragraph or is this a sentence? Is this, and then might think about in what ways the narrative, like written structure meets dance structure and how that might be translated. So it's really been a foundational aspect throughout my artistic life.
Great, thank you. So we do have Jaron joining us in the panel after Ali's performance, which we're about to go into. So if you have questions, you'll have another opportunity to ask them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we'll see you again.
All right.
I think we have Ali here. Am I right about that? I haven't seen Ali yet, but I think we do. So we'll just take a very short break, just a couple of minutes to set up. If we have Ali and can set up, I think Ted's here. Great. There she is. Hi, Ali. And I believe we have a guitar that needs to be set up. Am I right about that? So we should go ahead and do that now. Great. Thank you. Thank you. Hi. No, this is for our interpreter, so you can sit wherever you want to. Grab a chair. And he's going to be plugged in. Hi, Ali.
How are you? Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thank you. I do. Great. And Ali's mic is turned on, I assume.
Test.
So we okay? All right.
Yeah,
Great.
beautiful.
I think we're ready to start then. So next on stage, if you can't already tell, we want to welcome Ali Stroker, who began her historic career as an actress and advocate when she became the first student in a wheelchair to graduate from NYU's Tisch School of the Arts. After college, Ali's work took her to LA, where she starred in the Glee Project and later on Glee. And last year, she made history once again by becoming the first performer in a wheelchair to ever appear on a Broadway stage, playing Anna in the hit revival of Spring Awakening. This fall, you can see her playing the role of Tamara on ABC's brand new drama, 10 Days in the Valley, with Kira Sedgwick, I believe. This morning, Ali will be singing selections from her cabaret act. Her music director and pianist is Ted Arthur, and her director is David Perlow. So please join me in welcoming Ali Stroker to Brooklyn College.
When I was a girl, I had a favorite story of the meadowlark who lived where the rivers wind. Her voice could match the angels in its glory, but she was blind. The lark was blind. An old king came and took her to his palace, where the walls were burnished bronze and golden braid. And he fed her fruit and nuts from an ivory chalice, and he prayed, "Sing for me, my meadowlark, sing for me on a silver morning. Set me free, my meadowlark, and I'll buy you a priceless jewel and cloth from brocade and crewel, and I'll love you for life if you will sing for me." Then one day as the lark sang by the water, the god of the sun heard her in his flight, and her singing moved him, so he came and brought her the gift of sight. He gave her sight, and she opened her eyes to the shimmer and the splendor of this beautiful young god, so proud and strong. And he called to the lark in a voice both rough and tender, "Come along, fly with me on a silver morning, past the sea where the dolphins bark, and we'll dance on the coral beaches, we'll feast on the plums and peaches, for as far as your vision reaches, fly with me." But the meadowlark said no, for the old king loved her so. She couldn't bear to wound his pride. So the sun god flew away, and when the king came down that day, he found his meadowlark had died. Every time I heard that part, I cried. And now I stand here starry-eyed and stormy. Oh, just when I thought my heart was finally numb, a beautiful young man appears before me, singing, "Come, oh, won't you come? And what can I do if finally for the first time, the one I'm burning for returns the glow? If love has come at last, it's picked the worst time. Still I know I've got to go. Fly away, my meadowlark. Fly away on a silver morning. If I stay, I'll grow to curse the dark. So it's off where the days won't find me. I know I leave wounds behind me, and I won't let tomorrow find me back this way, before my past once again can blind me. Fly away, and we won't wait to say goodbye. My beautiful young man, and I was born by the river in a little tent. Oh, and just like that river, I've been running ever since. It's been a long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. Freshman year of college at NYU, I had just been accepted into Tish's musical theater department, and I was on top of the world. Before classes started, I was called into a meeting with the dean of students, dean of Tish, and the head of the musical theater department. The dean kicked things off. "We are so excited to have you here, Allie, but we're not sure if this is going to work out." My stomach dropped. I had no idea what had gone wrong. Was I in trouble? What happened? He clarified. "We had a student in a wheelchair in our summer program last year, and she got frustrated in dance class and threw herself out of her wheelchair and onto the floor." He was serious. Okay, number one, I'm not that girl. And number two, not all musical theater kids hurl themselves on the floor when they find out that they're not as good at picking up choreography as they thought they were. The dance department head spoke up next. Allie, we don't want you taking the classes. We're not comfortable. We would like for you to observe and take notes. We wouldn't want to make the other students in the class uncomfortable. I took a deep breath and I said, I promise I won't make anyone uncomfortable. There've been times when I thought I won't last for long, but somehow I'm able to carry on. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. The way that I was being made to defend myself, my ability to study the thing that I had been invited to NYU to study, made me crazy. Can I please try? The dean said that we could continue the dialogue, but that I would have to still observe the dance classes. I go to the movies and I go downtown. Somebody keep telling me, don't hang around. It's been a long, long time coming, but I know change gon' come. Oh, yes, it will. Cut to a week later, we all sit down again, and I ask, can I please try and take the dance class? I suggest that I start with the dance warm-up, and then we could go from there. There was a silence. And then the dean said, okay, as long as my dance teacher was comfortable. And that was the moment where I woke up and I realized that all I had been hearing about was how I was making everyone else uncomfortable. No one had asked me if I was uncomfortable. These teachers were not on my team, and I was going to have to build one of my own. Then I go to my brother. I said, brother, help me please. But he winds up knocking me back down on my knees. I go back to class and wrangle up some of my fellow peers, and immediately they get on board to help me in dance class and lifting me in and out of my chair in my acting classes. It was an amazing feeling. I was beginning to translate the curriculum for me. I was not going to let these teachers dictate what I was and was not able to do. And I did it all with a smile. I still had some haters, like Rebecca Greenberg, who told me that I would never be a triple threat because I was in a wheelchair. She was tone deaf and I could sing her out of Manhattan, but still, I felt bad for her because mean people are sad people. Whenever I see someone less fortunate than I, and let's face it, who isn't less fortunate than I, my tender heart tends to start to bleed. And when someone needs a makeover, I simply have to take over. I know exactly what they need. And even in your case, though it's the toughest case I've yet to face, don't worry, I'm determined to succeed. Follow my lead, and yes, indeed, you will be popular. You're gonna be popular. I'll teach you the proper poise when you talk to boys. Little ways to flirt and flounce. I'll show you what shoes to wear, how to fix your hair. Everything that really counts to be popular. I'll help you be popular, and with an assist from me to be who you'll be, instead of dreary who you were, well, are. There's nothing that can stop you from becoming popular. When I see depressing creatures with unprepossessing features, I remind them on their own behalf to think of celebrated heads of state or specially great communicators. Did they have brains or knowledge? Don't make me laugh. They were popular. Please, it's all about popular. It's not about aptitude, it's the way you're viewed. So it's very shrewd to be very, very popular like me. And though you protest your disinterest, I know clandestinely you're gonna grin and bear it, your newfound popularity. La, 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 you'll be popular, just not quite as popular as me. One of the quirks of living my life in a wheelchair is the way that certain people respond to me when I'm out and about. The other day, my boyfriend David and I went to the Utopia Diner on 72nd and Utopia. And you guys, it was as if we had walked in with a Siberian tiger on a leash. The host did the thing where he pointed at me and then talked to David and asked him if I could get into a booth. David responded, "You should ask her." I said that I could transfer out of my chair and into a booth, something I had done my entire life. And then he stared at me. And he looked away at the other customers, and then he stared back again. And then again. And then a fourth time. He was a wreck. We have this effect on people. So once a booth had opened up, David pointed to it and gestured at the host if it was okay if we sat down. Within seconds, we were surrounded. 3 busboys, 2 hosts, all circling the table. I went to transfer out of my chair and into the booth, and that same host came over and stepped right in front of David. I asked if I could please have some space, and he took 1 step back and said, "No problem, of course," and then took 2 steps forward. Once I got into the booth, he put his hands on the back of my chair and pulled it away. And at that point, David physically removed his hands from my chair, which he likes to call my lady. And he said that we needed some space in that very special tone of his. After the crowd had dispersed, I was sitting in the booth looking at David, who was devastated. He said how upsetting it was that he felt like people don't see us as a team, and how painful it is when people treat me differently. I've been in a chair for 28 years. David's been my partner for 1.5 years. I've had a lot of time to learn how to deal with these situations, how to move forward, how to not let the host at Utopia Diner ruin my day. If I had been injured 1.5 years ago, I think that entire experience would have been really disoriented and really upsetting. I get it. I understand and I get that pain. So now I want to sing a song and dedicate it to those of us living with disabilities, partners of people with disabilities, best friends, parents, siblings, teachers who get it, who know the feeling of being discouraged. And now I want to bring up my boyfriend David to help me sing this song. David is also my director.
Hi, I'm going to commit a major union violation right now and just move this down.
Thank you. You with the sad eyes, don't be discouraged, oh I realize it's hard to take courage in a world full of people. You can lose sight of it all, and the darkness inside you makes you feel so small. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. Show me a smile then. Don't be unhappy, can't remember when I last saw you laughing. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all that you can bear, you call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors. If this world makes you crazy and you've taken all that you can bear, you call me up, 'cause you know I'll be there. And I see your true colors shining through. I see your true colors, and that's why I love you. So don't be afraid to let them show your true colors. True colors are beautiful like a rainbow. I want to thank Ted Arthur, my music director, and David Perlow, my director. And now I want to open this up to questions, because I've done plenty of talking and singing. So I don't know if I'm not sure how we're doing this, so I'm going to now allow Brenda to take center stage.
Oh, no, uh-oh, okay.
You're the star.
So am I on too? All right, thank you. I'm not the star. I think we all know that. Thank you, that was beautiful.
Thank
really
you.
Beautiful.
Thank you.
And we have our runner in place. And so there are probably lots of questions that the audience has. And I think I'll go to the audience first.
Awesome.
For you. I mean,
Sure.
I could sit here and talk to you all day, but I think we'll go to the audience first.
Thanks.
So I'm just going to back off to the side a little bit. And does anyone have a question? And we'll bring a runner to you. Great.
Hi, Allie. I saw you on stage in Spring Awakening, both in Broadway and in LA at the Wallace
Cool.
Center before it transferred. I was hoping you could talk about how you got involved with Deaf West Theater.
Yes. I had an opportunity to audition for the first sort of the beginning stages of Deaf West's Spring Awakening. We were doing it at a downtown theater in Los Angeles, getting paid $40 a week, which did not cover gas. But when I auditioned, I had this really powerful experience where I learned to sign a piece of Purple Summer, which is like the last song in the show. And I was so moved by the experience because it felt like the ultimate form of expression, to be singing and signing. And then after that first run of the show, we got picked up to do it at the Wallace Annenberg in Beverly Hills. And then like 4 weeks later, I got an email while I was in South Africa that we were going to be opening on Broadway. And I laughed and cried, and I couldn't believe it. And then we had the opportunity to do a 4-month run on Broadway. So that was the beginning of my journey with Deaf West. Great.
Thank you for your performance, and I also saw you on Spring Awakening. I very much enjoyed that.
Thank you.
And to follow up on that question, I wanted to ask about how that experience of UC Sign Language changed your perspective about music and musical performance.
Yeah. It really changed my perspective. When I first got involved, was very, I was sort of humbled by the entire concept that there would be signing while we were singing, and that deaf actors would be playing the lead roles. I was like, how does that work in a musical? And what I learned was that the deaf actor, like I think a lot of people with disabilities, they have like superpowers. Their ability to know what's going on stage at all times, and their ability to pick up cues based on the way that I'm moving my mouth. And what was really cool was that we had the chance to then work together as a company to build the show. For example, the first cue of the show for the girls to start Mama Who Bore Me was me nodding my head. Dun, 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 Mama Who Bore Me. And then when we got down to the front of the stage, when we got to Broadway, the stage was raked, which is always really funny when you're on wheels. So then they had to help me, and like two of my castmates had to put their feet in front of my chair. So we were all working together as a company to figure out how to take our limitations and turn them into what I thought an incredible opportunity.
Hey, Allie.
Hey.
I'm really interested in your interests for new roles and interests in how you're gonna pick your new roles, how are you gonna pick your next project? Is it to get into places that we aren't visible, or is it to create your own path about disability visibility? Or are you interested in, getting on the show on a show that doesn't have a disabled person yet? Or are you into creating work that's inclusive and doesn't even matter? I don't know.
I'm really into acting. So David and I started our own company called Attention Theater, and we're now putting up plays. And this next play that we're working on, I'm playing the lead role, and it's not necessarily written for somebody with a disability, but what's cool is that it works perfectly. And I think it brings new light to the story. So that's the kind of thing I'm interested in. I'm interested in having honest conversations about stereotypes and things that the general public, they think they know about disability. And David and I are starting an acting class for people with disabilities, which I'm really excited about because I've never done a class with people from my community. It's always been a mixed experience, and I'm curious about that. I'm also scared because it's the ultimate mirror, right? You see yourself in so much of the people around you. So those are the things that I'm interested in right now. Tomorrow might be a whole other list as well, but right now those are the things that really get me excited.
Other questions? Thank you. So I had a question. I'll say it from over here because otherwise I'm blocking the camera view. And Matt Fraser, who you might know, wanted to be here today, and he's in the UK doing Richard III, so he couldn't join us. Some of you might know him from American Horror Story. We love him. And he said something one time in an interview that I thought was really applicable, which is that, and you alluded to it earlier in your comments, that it's great that we're developing increasing awareness for actors with disabilities, but what we really need now are roles that don't focus on the disability necessarily, but that, are just the same, life and love and conflict that we have in every other role. And I was thinking that 10 Days in the Valley, that your role on the new ABC drama sort of directly speaks to that. And I wondered if you could talk about that new project.
Yes, I have had the opportunity to play a recurring role on 10 Days in the Valley, which is a new ABC drama with Kira Sedgwick. And what has been cool about the role is that I play a writer, and that's what my storylines have been about. And that's her truth. Not everybody in a disability leads with, "This is my story," or "This is how I had a tough day." In fact, I don't know a lot of people with disabilities who do lead with that. So I'm interested in the truth. And it's exciting to know that these roles are now being written, and I think that it's also a part of this like diversity movement, that we're just using diverse people because it is an authentic representation of our world, not because we need to tell the story of the girl in the wheelchair. So, my experience has been really cool, and yeah, I've loved working with Kira. That's what the takeaway is, and it's like, oh my God, this has been so cool to watch her in action. She's such a pro. It's been like so educational watching her do her thing.
Thank you. Do we have other questions? Anyone else? So I wanted to ask one thing, because I noticed we're almost at time, but you use humor linked with your advocacy, and I wanted to know if you talk a little bit about that approach that you found. This is sort of the honey and the fly thing, right? Yeah.
That's me. That's Allie. That's not like on purpose, like now I should put in a joke so that everyone's able to laugh. Like that's just how I talk about those situations. And I think my experiences of being in a chair and how it has been painful, that I have also become a master at finding the light in things. Because I don't want to live my life depressed. That's a choice that I've made. So yeah, there are days that are really hard. My boyfriend and I call them disability days, where I'm just like, I can't do this today. And then there are days when they're so rewarding and so wonderful. So that is my truth, and that's what I try to do. And with opportunities like this, so thank you, I'm able to, this is not me playing a role other than myself. So I'm able to sing the songs that I love and tell real stories. And I think that that's an important form of advocacy.
And you're flying off to LA after you leave us here, right? And do you want to tell a little bit about the current projects that you're working on? Or you said a little bit about your acting class and other things, but are there things that we don't know yet that you'd like to tell us about?
There's many speaking gigs coming up. Tomorrow I'll be singing with a group of 30 students from OSHA, Orange County High School of the Arts, at this celebration for Edison, which is like a big company out in California. These kind of wild and cool opportunities to come sing and tell my story. David and I are working on a new play with Attention Theater called Max and Trudy in Love by Zoe Kazan. And this theater class, and this summer I'll be on the Jersey Shore. So that's the other project. I mean, not the show. I mean, like, actually on the beach. Don't worry. Okay.
Great, thank you.
Thank you so much, Brenda.
Yeah, we're so thrilled that you joined us.
And thank you to this amazing interpreter. I have a real appreciation after my time with Deaf West, so thank you.
Thank you. So we're taking a short break now while we set up for the panel discussion. So now would be a good time if you have to do the shift that we talked about earlier, and then come back and we'll start up in about 15 minutes. Thank you.
the commercial audition was a close-up. But when I stood up and the casting director saw my hand, she changed her mind and said, I can't bring you into a client because I don't know how that client, I'm afraid that client would laugh me out of the room. And so I think within the industry, I'm still, I'm in a room if this is blown off in battle.
Yeah.
But if I'm in the room as a human, they don't know quite, they haven't figured out what that means yet. So I think in terms of industry, there's a lot more places that we need to go to move forward to begin to see a disabled body, because we have certain archetypes now, right? I think that we see, and I don't think they've gotten past some of those archetypes to tell stories.
Yeah, I think too, because so many times we're called in for a script or we read a script, and if you think about scripts that you've read, when you read it on paper, there's nothing to indicate that any one of us up here couldn't be playing that role. I mean, what is there that specifically says that David can't be playing that role? There's nothing on the text, right? There's literally nothing. And even if there's a certain physicalization, does that mean that it can't be adapted in some way? And if you think of the hundreds of plays that we've auditioned for, and I'm going to go to Madison next on this because she's in Glass Menagerie right now, certainly we could play those roles as long as we're good enough at what we do. If we're good enough actors, why wouldn't we be able to play those roles? But it comes up over and over again. And this is why we keep returning to embodiment as a concept, I think, in disability studies as well. But Madison, did you want to talk a little bit about assumptions and perceptions and then your role in Glass Menagerie?
Yeah. Well, everything that's already been said is something I felt before, so I guess I'll say something different. Is now that I actually have a part, you go back, you leave the stage and people just assume that you are your character, that you are I don't know, a lot of people will ask me like, oh, that looks so physically exhausting for you, and they so badly want you to say, yes, it is, and I have to say, no, it's not. Oh, but you just look so tired, please stop talking. Or people just assume that you're shy or you're not as educated or you're young. Like yesterday I had a pizza delivery man say like, oh, do you got it? Do you have the pizza? I'm like, yeah, I got it. He's like, I'm like, is it a heavy pizza? He's like, no, it's not. I'm like, give me the pizza. I'm hungry. You're like 15 minutes late. Give me the pizza. Yeah, there's just assumptions every day, even in the professional, like something standard like food delivery to something like your professional world. People assume that, I don't know, all the things I previously said.
Yeah, and I think there's an assumption sometimes if you have a physical disability that you also have a mental disability.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that is befuddling to me, but it does come up quite frequently, and it comes up in our profession as well, or that we are somehow not up to the task of performing or teaching or whatever our job is, that because we are who we are, that we're somehow less than in terms of physical stamina or any number of assumptions that get made.
Also, it happens in the thing that's troublesome to me, and I'll just bring up a quick, very recent, last week example that I had. It even happens in situations that are meant to highlight disability in a positive way. I was, hope I'm not talking out of school here, I was mentoring a group of disabled playwrights for a national playwriting competition, where the students, their high school students, were charged with writing plays that had something to do with this. The play itself didn't necessarily have to do with disability, but there had to be some kind of disability component in the mix, whether it's the playwright themselves had a disability, or the theme was disability, or something that had something to do with disability. So I was brought on as an actor to participate in a reading series of the 6 winning plays, and also as a mentor. And there was a director and assistant director. Well, I showed up and I was the only, which often happens, the only disabled actor in the room. And the casting was done by the director and the assistant director. So there were 8 other actors and then myself. And the director didn't know me, so I sent him my headshot and resume the night before, just as a stopgap, because I already knew. I said, if I don't send this information, I'm going to get the crap roles because this person doesn't know me and doesn't know what I'm capable of. So I sent him my resume. And the next day I got in, so there were 6 pieces, 9 actors, tons of roles. I was asked to read stage directions in the first piece, and in the last piece I read the feeble heart of a high school student who had anorexia nervosa, and this was the play. It was a student who had anorexia, and the character was the patient, and then all the organs were personified. So every actor was playing an organ, and I was playing the feeble heart that was dying from malnutrition. So those were my two functions. I had to sit there a 6-hour rehearsal. And what do you do in a case like that? Here I am as a disability mentor, and I felt put on the spot because I didn't want to have a contentious conversation with the director in front of these high school students. So I did what the director asked, and then we had a rehearsal just before we did the readings. And he said to me, oh, could you, because we were reading stage directions, I didn't do anything as the heart except read my lines, right, with feeling. And he said, oh, could you just, be flustered and act pained and all of this stuff? I said, oh, I didn't know. I wasn't sure how much you wanted me to do. He said, well, that's why I'm telling you now. So then we did the readings. I did it. He came up to me afterward and said, oh, wow, you did such a great job. That was so much better than I could have done. I said, well, I have been doing this for 25 years. I think I know how to act pained and flustered. But that's even in a situation where you think you're going into a warm place, where a welcoming place, you get faced with that. So not to put a negative bent on it, but it just,
I think that's a fairly good segue as well into something that's not tangential to it, but linked to it, which is language, rhetoric and language. And one of the things that you'll hear throughout the day, a number of us will use a disabled artist or disabled activist or disabled scholar or scholar with disability or artist with disability or just artist. And there's no consensus in the disabled community about that. I think lately what I've noticed is there's an assumption that people first language is always right, is always the way to go. But there are a number of disabled artists who use the word disabled as a part of their identity. And so when in doubt, I think ask is always the best way to go. But I wondered if some of you would talk a little bit about the role that disability plays for you, whether you're willing advocates and activists or not, as the case may be. David, did you want to speak to that?
I think, yeah, my experience was growing up, I never saw anyone like me, really. I talk a little bit about that in the show coming up. But there was a point where for most of my life, I didn't know how to identify as a one-handed person. So I identified as a left-handed person. And I remember getting all these books about great left-handed people in the world and starting to think like, oh, I could be, this person was left-handed, this person was left-handed, so I'll be like them. Because there was no example for me, And I didn't necessarily embrace the word disability because I didn't have access to it. And to go back to the story with the agent who I went to see, who said this, why do you want to be an actor? Because you're never going to play a role that's not written for somebody with one hand. You're just like my son with MS, because when they want special people, we will wheel him in, and if they don't want special people, we wheel him out. And you're just like that. And I sort of became conscious of a broader community and a broader existence that existed before me in my time that's existed for a long, long, long time. And generations and generations and generations back, people like me were hidden, were abandoned, and all of these things that there was this access or awareness that I'm connected to a larger thing. And that sort of kind of brought this identity into my consciousness, and I began to sort of think about it more and really look at it more and realize whatever I'm doing in terms of performance is bringing some awareness. And that's, I think, that idea of changing that perception of I want an audience to forget about this, or I know I want an audience to see it. So that sort of, the awakening made everything I do is in some ways a part of advocacy. And then moving to New York and starting answering phones for inclusion in the arts, and ultimately getting hired to do some work, I think it's that awareness has just continued to grow and continue to grow. And I think I'm very interested in really changing the perception of how we tell stories, and taking the onus off that disability has to be described, or it has to be a part of this character, to transcending that into just being able to see the shared humanity that we have. And until, I think Matt Fraser talks about this a lot, until, you know, he was given that opportunity to show his humanity, and people connected with it, and people were like, oh wait, I now have that through line, and we can begin to tell stories, and hopefully begin, I hope, to create more of a collective consciousness of, as Christine talked about earlier, that social idea that we as a society can do a lot more to make things accessible and more universally, create a universal access. So I think the arts and media can help begin to bridge that gap a little bit. So that's, I think, what drives me as an advocate as well.
I think for me, it was similar to David. Like, growing up, I was the only disabled person I ever knew. And I just always wanted to be an artist since I was 5 years old. So I just have always been on that path, and it's been a pretty traditional path. I mean, I went to college, I studied theater, I went to graduate school, I studied theater, I did theater all through school. And yeah, and I faced the assumption, actually I didn't until I got to undergrad, was when I really started to understand, oh, people don't see me the way that I perceive myself. So that was a real shift in my thinking, but I still was sort of, I kind of, sort of like what David was saying, was like, it was the 5-minute rule. After 5 minutes, they'll forget. I sort of said to myself, well, I'm going to do this despite my disability. I'm going to be successful. I'm going to be an artist. And then at some point, there was a shift in my thinking where it was not despite. I saw my disability more as an asset, of something that I could, an integral part of myself that I could bring to my work, that other people can't bring, which I'm bringing my shared humanity, right? And showing a part of myself, and hopefully a lived experience that somebody hasn't seen, whether it's overt because the character has a disability, or whether it's not so overt because it's just me, you know, bringing my humanity to a role. And then I started to move into advocacy quite by accident. And now it's just the two are inextricably linked. I can't, you know, and part of it is frustrating. It's like what Ali was saying earlier. Sometimes I just want to show up at rehearsal and do my work. I don't want to be the person who is called upon to educate. But unfortunately, that's it. The minute I go into the room, whether I have my scooter or I don't have my scooter, if there's people in that room who don't know me and don't understand the lived experience of disability, I'm going to be called upon to educate. So that's a constant balancing act, and some days I'm fine with it, and some days, you know, it's frustrating.
I think sometimes we're looking towards the day when we walk into a room and we don't feel that we're aberrant. I think, is the way I think of this. I'm sure some of you have questions. I've seen Rosemary writing, taking notes, and if you don't, Rosemary Garland Thompson is our keynote speaker, and so you'll hear her later on in the day. But I think I'd like to open it up to questions now. I certainly have other questions, but I want to make sure that we get to some of yours before we break at 12:15 for lunch. Yep. Thank you. Akash?
If you can go back in time and speak to your 20-year-old self, what kind of advice would you give to them?
So for them, some of them, that's not very long ago, but still, it's a good question. Jaron? Yeah? Do you want to say?
Maybe when I was 10? No. Okay. At 20, actually 20 was a pivotal shift for me when I had shifted from primarily thinking of myself as a writer to thinking about myself as a dancer. And actually still not. Like when I would introduce myself, I'd say I'm a writer, I'm also a dancer. And I'd like almost whisper it. And so I think I would reiterate what I had, the feeling I had right then and there, which was take the open door. There was something really profound, and it's still, it has equal parts troubling and equal parts liberating that it was two non-disabled white people who got me into the dance world and really propelled my career. And that kind of idea has really rested with me in the sense that it's about who sees what. And I really thought about this idea of aesthetic being the thing that precedes everything. And it's not necessarily about what was this person or its status quo time. It was really like that who you are satisfies my aesthetic. And that's been really powerful for me, and that's how I've kind of been moving through the world. So I'd actually just tell myself, again, take the open door, because it was because of nothing else than just who you are. And it's been true for all the projects I've been a part of so far.
Madison, did you want to speak to your 20-year-old self?
I guess I would say that, I think everyone worries. I recently did a talk back with my college, and you could just see the fear in their eyes. Like, what am I going to do? Because they were theater majors as well. And I guess I would say that, I guess you had to trust that it's going to be okay. Like, you might end up in like difficult situations, but you're smart enough to get through it. So I would, and I should probably tell myself this now, because I'm still, still worried about what my next job will be, and I think you just got to tell your anxieties that it's going to be okay.
So in the theater world, whether you're disabled or able-bodied, we're always worried about what our next job will be.
Yeah, whether you're 20 or 60.
Yeah, that's right.
I think I just want to quickly, because I want to speak to something Ali said. I would tell my, well, not quite 20, a little older than 20-year-old self, that when I was in graduate school and was told that I could not fulfill the dance requirement because Alvin Ailey refused to teach me, instead of deciding that I was right then and there going to become a double major, which I don't regret. I was an acting and directing major at that moment. I would have said, I'm going to call disability rights advocates and and make you teach me and make you figure out a way to make this work. And I didn't do that. Mm-hmm. So
I think some of it too is when I was younger as well. I just wasn't as aware of resources, and I do think that goes back to something that David said, which is I didn't have any teachers that had disabilities. I didn't have anyone who moved through the world the way I did, and so I didn't have anyone that, even if I had the chutzpah to go up to them and go, could you help me with this? And I might not have. There was no one at the time, and so this notion that more people are teachers and our office managers and our nurses, and so a lot of it is linked to employment that goes far beyond anything about performance. Of course, we know that, right? Is there another question in the house?
So I'm just curious to know your opinions on actors who don't have disabilities playing roles with disabilities, and what your opinions would be if inclusivity is achieved and the playing field, I guess, is leveled, and they still choose to cast actors without disabilities.
Okay.
Is another one of your students?
Yep.
I can tell.
Nuanced questions.
Does anyone want to tackle that? Do you have strong opinions?
Christine can probably sort of tag on to what I will say. I think that we're in a tough spot right now because the talent pool is really shallow, and that's a really tough place to be in, because we could say absolutely not, physical disabilities should not be appropriated, and I honestly feel that's the case. I don't want to see an actor without a disability playing a role or a character that has a disability. But I also recognize that there are unfortunately not a lot of choices sometimes, and that's what's frustrating to me, is that if a casting director comes to us looking for an actor to play this role, there's a very limited amount of resources we can give them. And I think that until we begin to see, so it's kind of this catch-22. So until we begin to see, which we are beginning to see in small increments, disabled performers embodying characters with disabilities, then you're going to, I hope, see other individuals with disabilities see themselves reflected and say, wow, I could do that. There's a place for me here. And then ultimately that pool becomes deeper and deeper and deeper. And so it is this catch-22 that we're at now. So I don't know, honestly, when that playing field's really going to be leveled.
It's also linked to access to education, to MFA training programs, to workshops, to classes. If you have people who think you shouldn't be taking the class, then that's one less person who's joining that pool who has an opportunity to be trained. And the argument being we all should have the same opportunities to be trained and to be educated and to be the best that we can be in terms of our ability. Not everyone has ability, right? We might want to do it and we're not very good at it. But we should have the option to be in an educational system that enables us to have the same training.
Absolutely.
I'm just going to, uncharacteristically, as David will tell you, be a little more sunny. And say that there is talent out there. Yes, the pool is small. I mean, comparatively speaking, the pool is small to our non-disabled, colleagues. But there is talent out there, and talent that's ready to work. The thing is that there are so many other variables that go into what you're speaking about in terms of if we're talking about big budget movies or even plays. The right now, and Madison will attest to this, I think. Right now, what happens is when a disabled actor is cast in a disability-specific role or not, it usually is coming from some other place. It's coming from higher up. It's coming from the director saying, this is what I'm mandating. It's coming from the writer saying, I wrote this and I want this character to be specifically played by a disabled actor. It's, so right now it's unfortunate because it has to come from the top in order to happen. Casting directors are really, a lot of casting directors are working towards pushing disabled people into the room in terms of being seen more often, but until you can crack that ceiling of the director and the producer and the writer, that's where it's really hard.
So I know we have questions, but we're about to break for lunch, but we're not going anywhere. Well, we're going to lunch. But aside from that, we're all back here this afternoon. There's another panel this afternoon. We'll be able to answer questions throughout the course of the day. You can, pull us by the arm at lunch. We certainly should continue these conversations into lunch. So those of you who, let's thank our panel first, and then I'll give logistics. Thank you very much. And those of you who have RSVP'd for lunch will be heading en masse over to the Georgian Room, which is in the basement of Boylan Hall. Not the easiest place to find, so that's why we'll go together. And for everyone else, we'll meet back here and start up at 1:30 sharp, on the right on the dot. Thank you.
Check 1, 2, check, check. 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 Syllabus, syllabus. Hello, hello, hello. Huh? I think it's good. I can't hear anything. But I mean I hear myself projecting. It's okay. Hello. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, I think this is good. This volume is fine for me. But I that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped. I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, for my time into this breathing world scarce half made up, and so lamely and unfashionable the dogs bark at me as I halt by them, while I in this weak piping time of peace have no delight to pass away the time, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on my own deformity. One, two, three. 1, 2, 3. Yeah. I can. There's a volume here too, if that needs to be adjusted.
Why don't we just take that down a tick? Take it down just a tick.
1, 2, 3. 2, 2, 3. Yeah. Great. Bum bum.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will resume shortly.
But it's not on. It's on, but it's not on. I'm just welcoming you all back and saying thank you for joining us for the afternoon session. Christine, you all right? Okay. Could someone help Christine? Nope? Okay, thank you. So our first performer to start off the afternoon session is David Harrell, whom you met in the morning panel discussion. But for those of us joining this afternoon, David is an actor and disability advocate with an extensive performance background. And today, he's performing his award-winning solo show, A Little Potato and Hard to Peel. Please join me in welcoming David.
So I would set my little brother Kenneth down in front of me and I would ask, which one is stronger, the hand or the nub? I don't remember. Do it again. Tell that story. I have to start from the very It's not so long ago. Way down in the state of Georgia, it was Labor Day and my mom was in labor. And my dad was on his way to the waiting room. Excuse me, my wife. She was sitting right here. I just had to get the baseball glove from the cart. Someone tell me yes, thank you. Her name is Carol. Kathleen Carol. She was sitting right here. I just had to get the baseball glove. She's in the happening, but I need to get in there. Carol, Ann, and Wendell. Brother, what are you doing over there by the snack machine? Get over here with the rest of the family. This is exciting, ain't it, y'all? See, my son is going to play baseball. He's going to be better than I ever was. He's going to be the next great right-handed pitcher like Goose Gossage. What's that, Wendell? What if he is a she? Shut your face, Wendell. He ain't going to be no she. No, sir. He is going to be a he. Now, hush your face. Here comes the doctor. Hush it now. Hey, Doc, what do you got? It's a he. Yeah, I'm listening. Everyone is healthy. Everyone is fine. It's just my son was born without his right hand. How's he going to play baseball? No. I'm sorry. Is there anything else wrong? Can he breathe properly? He's fine and healthy, just missing his right hand. Can I see him? Hey, look at you. Oh, he is cute. I mean, he looks like me, so he's going to be cute. I want to take him to see his mama, Kathy. Hey, you! I brought you our boy. He is beautiful! Honey, what happened to his hand? Well, the doctor said he was born without it. It's just a glitch. Well, he ain't gonna be different. He's got your name, for goodness sake. Abner David Harold III. Life is gonna be hard enough for him as it is with a name like that. But we'll call him David. And you are never gonna be different. Do you hear me, David? You are never gonna be different. I got it. Hey, Wendell, family. My son is just going to play baseball left-handed. Is how I enter the world. Okay, maybe not just like that. I might have exaggerated things a little bit, but the important thing is that my parents, they promised me I was never going to be different. Now, my parents had never seen anyone who looked like me. So they took me to this place called the Shriners Hospital when I was 6 weeks old. And the Shriners, they fitted me with what they call a prosthesis, or an artificial arm. And the first one I got was called the mitt. Okay, it's not really like this kind of mitt. It looked more like a giant winter mitten. And it was designed to help a kid who's born without their arm maintain the proper development of their balance. And the Shriners were great. Every time I went, I got a new prosthesis. It was like disabled Christmas. And the kids at the Shriners, they were kids like me, and we would play games like Candyland, or we would solve puzzles of Mickey Mouse, or we would play G.I. Joe or Care Bears. And then they would call your name. And I didn't like this part. You entered this room full of doctors, and you were led to a chair in the center of the room, and someone would read my chart while someone else held up my arm for all to see. My arm had just hung in the air while men and women in white coats twisted and turned and bent my arm using words that I could not understand. Doctor, 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 and doctor. This child has a malformation of the right hand, caused by fibrous bands of the amnion rupturing, entangling the fetus, and strangling the right limb. So, young man, tell us, how are you doing? Well, I'm doing pretty good. I learned a new song. You want to hear it? The devil went down to Georgia. He was looking for a soul to steal. He was in a bind 'cause he's way behind. He's looking to make a deal. Fire in the mountain, run, boy, run. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. The devil's in the house of the rising sun. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Chicken in the hen house, picking up dough. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Granny ditch a dog, bad no child, no. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do. Bow, bow, bow. My dad would watch from the back of the room. Oh, dear God. And then he would take me by the hand and he would lead me down these lime green painted hallways to the basement of the Shriners Hospital to be fitted for a new prosthesis. I was always fitted by this guy named Bruce. He was a giant. I would look up at him and he would look down at me. Bruce had an artificial leg, and sometimes he would let me karate chop it with my nub. Kia! Whoa, whoa, whoa! Simmer down now. We've got to get you a new prosthesis. Bruce would take this big bucket of water, and then he would take this casting stuff, and he would put the casting stuff in the water, and once it was wet, he would begin to wrap my arm. And I could feel the heat of it as it became solid. It was the makings of a new prosthesis. So, David, I hear you're about to start preschool. Do you know what you want to be when you grow up? I want to be a baseball player or a football player. I do know I want a Letterman jacket. How do you know what a Letterman jacket is? Well, my dad takes me to see the Glen Academy football team play football on Friday nights, and after the games, all the guys come out with those big jackets on, and they all have girlfriends. And I want to be just like them. Well, those are good things to want to be. But you, more than anyone else, are going to need lots of perseverance. I didn't know what perseverance meant. So I went to the one person who knew everything, and that was my granddad, Pop Pop. Pop Pop, Today at the Shriners, Bruce said I needed a whole lot of perseverance. You know what that is? I tell you what, David. Perseverance is a lot like my little league baseball team. See, we were called the Little Potatoes and hard to peel. See, we were smaller than the other kids and maybe not as talented, but we always played with our hearts. So it didn't matter if we won or we lost. We never got down because we knew on the inside we were tough and hard to peel. I had no idea what Pop-Pop was talking about. But I had more important things to think about. I was starting preschool, and everyone knows that the best part of preschool is the glorious slide at the playground. And I was in a race, neck and neck with this kid, Cliff Tankersley, to be first in line at the slide, and I win. Hey, Captain Hook. You better watch out with that thing on your arm. You might break somebody's face. Hey, Captain Hook, did you ever find that alligator, Captain Hook? You might find it in your mom's bathtub. Captain Hook, Captain Hook, Captain Hook, Captain Rah! I lifted my arm up at Cliff Tankersley, and he took off running. I chased him all the way back to the school building. And then I went back to that slide because now I could be first in line. I climbed to the top of the slide, and I reached up my arm. And for the first time, I see it. I mean, really see it. My hook. I look down at all the other kids, and they're looking up at me. And I realized that my parents lied to me. I am different. Cliff Tankersley's mama was waiting for my mama as we left the preschool. You need to tell your son to stop calling other kids names. Well, you need to tell your son to stop calling other kids names, you big heifer. David, sometimes people are just scared by what they don't understand. You have to wear your hook. But if that little Cliff Tankersley says anything to you again, you use your left hand to punch him in the nose. And that night, the preschool called my parents to tell them they couldn't have me terrorizing the other kids on the playground, and I was not welcome back. My mom tells my dad, you need to fire up that station wagon because if that lady wants to see terrorizing, I will show her how we take care of things, South Georgia style. Now, my mom had to turn to the only other preschool in my town. It was called Miss Tina's Playhouse. And Miss Tina was a little eccentric for South Georgia. She wore these long flowing clothes, and she had big gold bracelets that jingled when she walked. And she had this raspy voice that accompanied her bleach blonde hair. You are a promise. You are a possibility. You are a promise. With a capital P. Come here, you little sugar puss. Miss Tina welcomed me with open arms, and she never treated me like I was different. And I almost forgot that I was. And Miss Tina also introduces me to the stage and inadvertently alters the course of my life. David, you are a little performer, aren't you? I think you would be wonderful as the third Billy Goat's Gruff. I'm Billy Goat Gruff, and I'm climbing the mountain to eat the lush spring grass. I loved being Billy Goat Gruff. I also got to be the old man in the gingerbread house. I started acting out lyrics to Hunker Down, Georgia Dogs. And that summer, my mom took me to see a movie called The Empire Strikes Back. And something happened that made me the coolest kid in the world. Luke Skywalker gets his frickin' hand chopped off. I could be Luke Skywalker. And we played Star Wars all the time. And normally, whoever said the name of the character they wanted to be first got to play it. But now I could say, hey guys, I want to be Luke Skywalker because I've only got one hand. My friend Jay Brower would be Darth Vader, and we would have epic lightsaber battles in his treehouse, which of course became Cloud City. No! Take me to the space station, Lando Calrissian, so I can get my new Luke Skywalker hand. Wait a minute. Did I need a Luke Skywalker hand You don't need no Luke Skywalker hand, fool. Okay, time out. I should also tell you guys that my favorite television show growing up was called The A-Team, and my favorite character was B.A. Baracus, who was played by the incomparable Mr. T. And I would take a magic marker and I would color in the fingers on my hand to make a perfect mohawk, and then I'd put a couple eyes and a mouth, and my thumb would become the nose, and in my imagination, Mr. T would come alive and give me advice, like, you don't need no Luke Skywalker hand, fool. Well, Luke Skywalker needs a Luke Skywalker hand, Mr. T. He's like the coolest guy in the universe. So, you like playing without your hook, don't you? Well, yeah, but everyone says I have to use it. Brrr, no, you don't. There's so many things you could do without your hook. Like what, Mr. T? Play baseball. Mr. T, how am I going to play baseball? I've tried to play baseball. Just put the glove on your left hand, catch the ball, roll it over on me, take a ball, and throw it. I'll look silly. No. Just do it. Fine, Mr. T, I'll get the baseball glove, I'll put it on my left hand, I'll catch the ball, roll it over on you, take a ball, and then I can throw it. I catch the ball, roll it over on you, take a ball, and throw it. Catch the ball, roll it over on you, take a ball, and throw it. I started practicing all the time. I would throw with my dad in the backyard until he was tired, and then I'd throw the ball against the wall of our house until it was dark, and pretty soon I was as fast as any two-handed kid. By the time I got to middle school, I was making the all-star team. I heard about a guy named Jim Abbott. He was born just like me, and he was going to pitch in the major leagues. I was going to be the next great left-handed pitcher. You're on your way to a Letterman jacket now, fool. I know, Mr. T. But to be really normal, I need a girlfriend to go along with the Letterman jacket. How does one get a girlfriend? It's a numbers game, fool, right? So the more girls I ask out, the better my chances are. Not exactly. I know. I could ask out all the girls at the girls' lunch table in 7th grade. What's your prediction, Mr. T? Pain. Hi, ladies. Leslie, I was wondering if you would like to be my girlfriend and, go with me. Julie, I was wondering if you would like to be my girlfriend and, go with me. Anne, would you? No? Okay. I pity the girl who don't go with you. She's a fool. Not now, Mr. T. She's doing what you told me to do. I didn't tell you to ask a table full of girls out, fool. Well, they don't want to go with me or be my girlfriend because I'm not normal. And you know that's true. What can I do to be normal enough to have these girls pay attention to me? You ever tried politics? It ain't no secret. Ladies love a politician. I don't understand what you're saying, Mr. T. Student council, fool. You need to put your big boy panties on and run for student council. Mr. T, no. Big boy panties. So I put my big boy panties on, and I tell my mom I'm going to run for student council. That is brilliant! I could be your campaign manager. I have a campaign slogan, catch the wave, vote for Dave. I could write catch the wave, vote for Dave on ribbons for you to tie around lollipops to hand to your constituents. My homeroom teacher, Mr. Eckleberry, was also a big fan of the campaign. David, I love how you're running your campaign. It is awesome, but the facts are you're running against all the popular kids. They're going to split the vote. You need to focus on the universal vote. And what is more universal than rap? You should rap your speech. Mom, Mr. Eggleberry thinks I should rap my speech. That is brilliant! And the next morning, my mother had written a rap for me. You just go show them how we do it, South Georgia style. I went to the podium, and I looked out on the entire 8th grade. My name is Dave, but they call me the Rave, and I'm here to ask you to catch the wave. Leadership and responsibility, yow, they both mean so much to me. So, give me a chance to exhibit these by electing me as your representative, boy. Tomorrow is the day that you cast your vote. So grab your board and don't ride the boat. Vote for David Harrell and you vote for me. And we'll ride that wave to Glen Academy. Peace. My mother really wrote that rap. And there was this eruption of applause through the entire 8th grade and then a standing ovation. I had never received a standing ovation before. Sort of floated back to my seat. And Tanya Adamson, who was sitting beside me and going next, whispers, "I hate you." I guess not all girls like politicians. I ended up getting elected to student council, and I ended up getting that Letterman jacket, this Letterman jacket in particular. And I learned that if I ask a woman out with respect and humility, some would say yes, and they did. I accomplished what I wanted to accomplish. But was this it? Was this normal? You see, I thought if I accomplished these things, then I would be normal. But how was this normal if it didn't feel normal? I needed something else. I needed something bigger to attain. I had been the third Billy Goat Gruff, so maybe I could be a normal actor. I went to college and I studied theater, but no matter what I did and no matter how I tried, I never felt normal. But when I finished, I knew this is what I wanted to do, so I did what I thought every other normal actor does when they finish college. I went to see an agent. To be in this business, you have to be all business. You have to find your niche, like you missing that thing there. That might require you to play roles specifically written for somebody with one hand. So what are those roles? A pirate. Have you got a hook? Oh, you used to have a hook. Well, you should get a hook again because you could be a pirate. What about the guy in The Fugitive, the one-armed guy? Check Variety, see if there's a Fugitive 2 coming soon. I know, what about a creepy person? Like a creepy beggar, oh, I know. A zombie. Let me see your best creepy, hypnotizing zombie. Go. That was awesome! The way you spin that thing gives me the heebie-jeebies. See, I was right. You're perfect for creepy roles and freak roles and, I know, violent roles. You have dark hair and olive skin, you could be a Native American. And I was cast as a Native American in this outdoor drama, Tecumseh. And outdoor dramas are different because they're outdoors. They're real cannons and real guns, and the director wanted to use me prominently in this big battle scene. He wanted one of the soldiers to come down on horseback and with a sword chop my frickin' hand off. There was blood hidden backstage, and so I would dip my arm in blood, and as the soldier came down and swung his sword, I would sling my arm out, spraying blood through the audience. And then I would slowly crawl downstage right, find a nice innocent boy or girl to stare at as I die. That was awesome! You have freaked those boys and girls out for life! Congratulations! You see, we're finding your niche. I got something for you. I went back and I found this old hook thing for you. You see, I just got off the phone with the director in San Antonio. He wants to use you in a new musical about Captain Hook. Captain Hook, Captain Hook. Don't look now, you're Captain Hook! I told you you'd be a pirate. And after that, my friend, you were going to be on television. That's right. The dream of every actor, prime time television. All you have to do is put this on, and voila, you are the wounded warrior. You are the bus driver, just back from Iraq. It's what you always wanted, isn't it? I did always want to be on television. I thought if I was on television, then I would be a normal actor, but I couldn't enjoy it because I wasn't on television because I was an actor. I was on television because of this. Everything I was doing seemed to be because of this. And if I wanted to be a normal actor, maybe I was right as a kid. Maybe I needed that Luke Skywalker hand. So I went back to that room full of doctors. I went to the chair in the center of the room. Someone read my chart while someone else held up my arm for all to see. Doctor, 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 and doctor. This young man has a malformation of his right hand. He's an actor, and he wants to feel normal. Now, we all know the only thing that separates us from the animals are our two opposable thumbs. So, let's give this young man back his humanity. I went down the lime green painted hallways, back to that basement. I felt the familiar feeling of the casting stuff, the heat of it as it became solid. And this time I was fitted for the most realistic hand in the market. Oh, that this too solid flesh would melt, thaw, resolve itself into a dew. Davy boy, what are you doing? Now you want to be normal? Now you're like 99.9% of all the other actors in the world, and you know what that is? Unemployable. Right? Now I could do one-on-ones and readings and monologues all for no money. I can be a normal actor. But I that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped. That's not quite right, but I that am not shaped for sportive tricks, nor made to court an amorous looking glass, I that am rudely stamped. It's not like I was really acting anymore. I was just acting like I had two hands. I that am curtailed of this fair proportion, cheated of feature by dissembling nature, deformed, unfinished, sent before my time into this breathing world, scarce half made up, and so lamely and unfashionable the dogs bark at me as I halt by them. Why, I, in this weak, piping time of peace, have no delight to pass away the sun, unless to spy my shadow in the sun, and descant on my own deformity. Descant on your own deformity? Look at me, fool. Descant on me, fool. This is you. And if there's anything normal about you, it's this. So to be an actor, I have to be creepy? I have to be a freak? You say this is normal, but I don't understand what that means. Why don't you ask Pop Pop? Oh, that's not funny, Mr. T. Pop Pop's been gone a really long time. How am I going to ask Pop Pop? It's your play, fool. He's right, David. It's your play, and you could bring me back and ask me anything you'd like. I just don't think I could put you on my lap anymore. So here we are. You know that story I told you about my Little League baseball team, the little potatoes and hard to peel? Well, that was just a metaphor for life. See, we all play this game of life, and sometimes we win and sometimes we lose. But no matter what circumstance we find ourselves in, we have to remember on the inside to be tough and hard to peel. Be proud of the choices you've made. This is who you are, and that is all good. You know, I always wanted to be a song and dance man myself. Now you get to do this. But you have to see yourself as what you are, and not as what you're not. This is just one of the many, many differences that make you completely and beautifully normal. Davy boy, where have you been? I've been looking all over for you. I got a job for you. Oh, let me guess. A shark victim in the new Jake Gyllenhaal Jaws 3D movie. Jake Gyllenhaal's doing a Jaws 3D movie? That's actually a great idea, but no! I just got off the phone with the director, and he wants to cast you in his movie because you have a hairy ass. I'm sorry, what? How does he know I have a hairy ass? Well, he sees those bushy eyebrows and that 5 o'clock shadow, and he assumes you have a hairy ass. He wants you to be the hairy thong guy. I think this is the break we're looking for. Hairy thong guy? That's going to make your mama cry. I know, Mr. T, but it has nothing to do with my hand. I know. Just because you randomly have a hairy badonkey-donk, you're going to be in a movie. You still want to do this business? I can't think of anything else that I want to do, even though it's going to make your mama cry. You know that shit's going to be on IMDb, right? Yes. I know, Mr. T. But I am right here, right now, playing this game as hard as I can. And I am freaking hard to kill.
Soon, right? Am I on now? Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
David, that was fabulous. This is the first opportunity that I've been able to see David do this piece live, and I'm so excited. And thank you very much for sharing that with us.
Sure.
So by now you all are used to our format. I always have lots of questions, but I think I would rather, since we only have about 10 minutes for the Q&A, I'd rather open it up to you and see if you have questions that you'd like to ask. So we have our runner in place, and does anyone have a question they'd like to start us off?
First off, I just wanted to say that was an awesome performance. The question I wanted to ask is, did you start performing solo plays before starting a TV series or vice versa, and did one influence the other?
I don't think I've ever starred in a television series. I think I've just played a guy that drives a bus that was back from Iraq, and that's really, like I mentioned earlier, I think that tends to be what I'm seen as right now. I think part of what I'm trying to do is move that narrative forward a little bit so we can possibly see beyond that sort of one archetype idea that we have of what an amputee is, and I guess someone that looks like me in terms of my age. It sort of looks like I could have possibly been in a war and this could have happened, so that seems to be an easy story to tell, I think. But I started doing solo work like 15 years ago or so. I sort of wrote my first draft, and have just sort of been continuing to develop and develop it. So I think, to answer your question, I think solo stuff really kind of came first, and I've spent a lot more time in the theater than I have in doing any film or television stuff.
Thank you. Does anyone else have another question? I want to follow up on that a little bit because I'm not sure everybody understands the professional distinctions between solo work or the challenges associated with solo work and then, going on gigs and having auditions and everything. So one of the things that I was struck when I was watching this fabulous performance was a lot of times we think, how much, when we do artistic work, how much of ourselves are we going to put into the work? And this piece, of course, you just went there fully with it and drew on everything that you had. And is that, to you, one of the advantages of solo work in construction?
Yeah, I think solo performance is a field that people are still exploring, and I think autobiographical stories obviously are good fodder to pull from. And what I tried to do, it took me a long time to sort of figure out how I wanted to write it, or what the story was. I couldn't quite find a narrative, and I tried to lock into my own journey, but also to remember that story of my grandfather was a big deal, because that's absolutely true. The story of his little league baseball team, and he died when I was 12, so I never knew him as an adult, but just the circumstances that he went through his life, that it made sense to me that that really was just this metaphor. And I don't think it was necessarily for me in terms of what my circumstance was that he told that story, but I think it really articulated with me in a way. So I think I was able to find that sort of dual narrative, which I hope, in speaking to this specifics of my experience and specifics of my journey, there was a way to sort of tap into a universal. And so it took me a little while to find that. And I think if that autobiographical stories are more effective that way when you're able to try to somehow tap a universal vein as well. So.
And do you have other solo work that you do that's not autobiographical? Do you like this format for performance?
Yeah, because I think this is what I know. I haven't really explored a story that's not sort of mine. I did adapt this story for younger kids, and create a show called The Boy Who Would Be Captain Hook, which really focuses on more specifically my childhood, and it's maybe not as autobiographical in a way. It's a little more fiction, but it starts from a very autobiographical place, based on experience. But it's not necessarily linear in experience. So.
Thank you. I think I saw a hand over there. Great, thanks. Fortunate, yeah.
Hi. What is your advice for educators who are working with students who have disabilities, and ways that they could accommodate the student without making them feel like an outcast, or that they can't be in the same room with other children and things of that nature?
I think my advice is to probably have a conversation, and really sort of go through what your syllabus is and connect with that student and really talk about ways that you can accommodate and make adjustments in the curriculum. But I think it needs to come, the conversation needs to happen. I don't think as an educator you need to say or make those distinctions or choices of what this person can or can't do. And so we're going to exclude them from this activity, but we'll include them in this activity. You know what I'm saying? I think you want to have a conversation and figure out the best way to work together to find a way to accommodate. But absolutely, you need to accommodate.
And Frank has a question down here. Thank you.
Man, that was fantastic.
Do you need it? You have a good voice. Go ahead.
I think we need the mic for live streaming.
Okay.
Thank you.
Hi. That was fantastic, man.
Oh, thanks.
You really hit my heart there. But I was just wondering, like blind people have a community. Does your disability have like a certain community, just one hand community, that you get together with your own people so that you can really be who you are within the people that you deal with?
Not really. I wish maybe we could start a one-handeders or us international group or something. I think there's not. And when I grew up, it was a really small town and there was no one like me. And so as I've gotten older, and I think as the world has become a little smaller with the internet and there's an ability to connect over large distances, and you begin to start to find community. But I think even in the amputee world, it's a little bit different, because general amputees and amputees who lose a limb through trauma, that's a different experience. And so it's we tend to sort of have a kind of lump in there, but then there's also sort of another separation. So there's unfortunately not a real group. So it's always refreshing when you do meet someone and you're able to sort of start to build community and start to build relationships. And I've been lucky over the last few years to meet several other artists, musicians, other actors, and that are doing the same thing I'm doing. And I always have thought I'm kind of on this one. I don't have anyone else around. So so it has been nice to find some community.
Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got time for one more question. Thank you.
Who do I choose?
Hi, thank you for your performance. I have a question about the theme of representation that has come up a lot, talking about non-disabled actors playing roles for people with disabilities, and you talked about being cast as a Native American in a role, and I'm
Right.
curious about how you negotiate the intersecting identities that you have and
Right.
sites of privilege and oppression, and when you're making decisions about just having some representation is worth whatever compromises I'm making, or where you're drawing lines for, is this project like liberatory and moving in a direction of like the representation I want to see? And just if you could talk
Right.
about how your thinking about that has changed. And
Yeah, I think that's a good question. I think I would rather see more authenticity than not. I think the play, the outdoor drama that I did, was so far back. I don't think it was in my consciousness of what that was. And I still think in terms of our industry, we're still trying to figure out how we work within that sense of identity. And so I think now, I think I think my consciousness has been I've been more aware of what some of those implications of appropriation are, that I would not want to take a role that in terms of ethnic identity or something like that I don't feel comfortable in. And in terms of disability, I struggle with that. I struggle with there was a recent play. They want to cast an actor with a disability. They're making a big search, and they cast this huge net, and I'm in that net, but it's a disability that I don't have. And so how do I do that? How do we begin to move that forward? And so then you start to negotiate. Is it the that there is an actor with a disability that is appropriating another disability? Because where do we ultimately land in some of that? And I think that is still a big conversation and a real tricky, as my friend Christine Bruno likes to say, a sticky wicket of how we do move forward now with, I think, hopefully a broader sense of a collective consciousness of these things. Because also as an actor, it's like what you can portray. And so a lot of times, if there's a certain thing, then you portray identities. And some actors have the ability to portray various types of identity, and they don't necessarily want it to become specific, and they don't necessarily want to share what that identity is, because they want work and they want to play these other characters. So there's a lot of tricky wickets, you know what I mean? And I wish I had a better answer. I think for me now, it's it's just trying to find work and to certainly hopefully provide opportunities for actors to find and for us to start reflecting a little more authenticity in casting in a big and general way.
Thank you, David. That was
Yeah.
great. So we're out of time, unfortunately.
Cool.
But that was fabulous. And what we'll do is we'll take a break and start right up at 2:30. So we'll give a round of applause to David.
we were looking for Jose. Can you stall for just a second? Yep.
What's his job? TV. Ladies and gentlemen, our program will resume. Once again, please welcome Brenda Foley.
Thank you. And we continue our day of terrific performances with a piece by Barak Ade Soleil, performed with Chicago dance artist Drew Coleman. Exploring the intersection of disability and race through dance, Objects Are Objects is part of Barak Ade Soleil's current, evolving, postmodern repertoire of duets and solos. Deeply influenced by the traditions of the African diaspora, queerness, disability arts and culture, and lived experience, this work acknowledges the innate wholeness of all bodies while questioning the historical context in which dance is created and interpreted. Please join me in welcoming Barak and Drew.
Jack Johnson, NYC, ROCKING, sun and the moon, earth, stars, and planets. Before it's all done, y'all gon' all understand it like, ha, the Hades can't with it, cause they mom and they sister and girl in love with it. Sound man, holla black, come with it. Spin the record till the record done spinning. Up top is you getting up with it. Dirty, dirty is you getting crunk with it. Smoke is smoke from coast to coast, but careful at first jaw be that overdose. Who stay holding it for Brooklyn? You know it's most. Jackpot, I got to go for broke, cause this the only way the Smith family know to go. Right here to my youngest one is older folks. I'ma put it down like a dirty so-and-so. Free daddy came here to work the mojo, because the high is high and the low is low. And that go for the sinner man, the holy foe. Put your in the sky like I know you know. My ghetto nation get toe to toe, but stay rockin' steady, steady, cause I told you so. And after y'all get it going, let it go some more. That blackjack about something for show, for show. For show, for show. Let me see it in the world, making your shoulder roll. And if it get good to you, can throw your bowl. Cause we Blackjack Johnson, NYC, ROCKING.
Questions, but I want to open it up to the audience. We've got about 10 minutes for Q&A, and then I'll see if I can get one of my questions in there too. Barack will also be on the panel following this, and so if you don't get your questions in, you'll be able to then. Does anyone have a question in the house right now? Sorry. Do you need to think about it for a minute? Okay, great, because I have a question. I was really struck and moved by the intersections of silence and space and time. Silence, space, and time, and how you wove those. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit about, of course, it's subjective and we all see something else, we see our own thing in the work, but I wondered if you could talk a little bit about the impulse behind creating it and how you work together. In a minute.
Objects are objects. The black body has been objectified and continues to be objectified, along with other bodies of color in different bodies. So the work being on the floor is reflective of how the black body, as we have witnessed, experienced in media today, has continued to be represented and to be shown in a certain way. A black male body, a black body, but a black male body, mine's a particular one on the floor, on the street, or in some place, might signify a certain kind of thing. We might read it a certain kind of way. However, in the tension of my own body, my disabled body enjoys rolling and being on the floor. So at once we're talking about the reading of one black body, and we might signify disturbed, struggled, perpetuating a certain kind of myth. There's also, for me, actually the pure satisfaction of being on the floor and moving on the floor. And that for me signifies the fact that dance does not have to exist. Dance does not have to exist in a certain kind of way, a certain kind of body. And does not mean that I have to have two legs, or if I use them, but rather than the notion of dance. Okay? The notion of dance, for me, is that people move in different ways, and so I'm interested in and invested in representing that, and representing the complexities and nuances that may come up and arise from discovering how these particular intersections may rub up against each other, how these particular legacies may rub up against each other. So once again, I'm really interested in the ultimate inherent beauty of the body, as it is, not as we perceive it to be or read it, or as media continues to perpetuate it, but our bodies as is. And what we can do with our bodies is actually quite phenomenal.
Thank you. Drew, did you want to add to that?
Just really working with the process, discovering new movement like he suggested. It was really interesting to me to see how this work evolved in such an expansion of time. We've been kind of creating and using this work as a deformity of objects, figuring out what the body can do. and just actually discovering how, you know, just like me as able body and disabled body come together and just try to create like a Rubik's Cube morphing inside of each other. So that was really cool just to be working.
Thank you. And do you want, I think not everyone in the house will be familiar with this process, and if you could talk a little bit about what the process was.
Rigorous, artistic, body-based, disabled body-centric. So when we talk about the kind of dance, we talk integrating, really the nuances and the conversations Drew and I are having were about, well, how does this disabled body move, and how do I as an interpreter find my relationship to it, as opposed to the other paradigm, which is the continual notion that I have to learn what an able-bodied dancer is doing and somehow adapt. So rather, it's not about adapt. This is about the synergy of two bodies coming together and recognizing in the holistic notion that these bodies are moving separately and together. And then we would continue to think about the juxtaposition of this notion of objects. For example, throwing this piece of music at the end is another object. Then all of a sudden we're read a certain kind of way, another object. So we recognize that when we throw in these notions, the disabled body, the racialized body, the notion that how it impacts us. And so for me, in recognizing working with Drew, is his complete openness to receive the information and not try to translate it into an able-bodied, rather to just be true to the moment and the movement.
Fabulous. Thank you. Yes. We'll bring you a microphone now. Thank you.
I just thought it was wonderful how different bodies, one body being a larger build, one smaller build, sometimes making same movements, sometimes different, how integrated, how unified it was. And that was quite beautiful. I really enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good.
Hi, Barack. I have a couple of questions, and they're related, but also probably not related. The first one is your process of working. When you're conceiving of a piece, what comes first, sort of the movement or the relationships and concepts that you want to explore? And does it differ from piece to piece? Does that make sense?
Sure. Chicken and egg, intersectionality, race and disability, I don't know which comes first. I know that they coexist, and I think it really may vary upon the piece. I think when I think about dance and calling it dance, I am thinking about composition. I am thinking about abstraction, actually. And then in the discovery of the moments, things come up. Things resonate, their relationships, images continue. I find a newspaper, there it is again. There's this body. And so for me then, rather than thinking that I don't know if it's one or the other, but rather than thinking that I'm trying to create a dance about black people dying on the streets.
Right.
That's not, black people dying on the streets. It happens whether or not I create a work. Right? Certain people have privileges where it doesn't matter. They do it regardless. I do it informed by the notion that black bodies and bodies are dying in the streets. And I'm still doing the work. I'm still thinking about the composition. I'm thinking about the rigor. And actually, I'm thinking about the aesthetic. I'm thinking about what does it feel like to be in relationship to another body? And how does that resonate in relation to those who are witnessing it? And so there's an aesthetic that I keep coming to refine and look at. But it's very interesting. I appreciate the question. It's quite complex because I think that, I say that they coexist, and for me, in a way that they may shift, particularly between a piece. I will say, though, that because I was calling this dance, that a form might have really informed it more so than just in other pieces.
Great, thanks. And my second question, which is really quick, is now I've seen your work a few times now, And I noticed soundtrack-wise, each piece that I've seen so far has had some sort of breath motif in it, unless I was, in the first section of this, I was hearing some breath. And I just wondered where that comes from in terms of your building of a piece.
Dancers breathe.
Yes.
Let's be real functional, because there was a moment dancers didn't breathe. You weren't allowed to see dancers breathe. So dancers are humans and bodies, and they breathe. And so at first I say I recognize that. Second of all, part of the other notion is that in what comes up in this kind of the symbolism of the black body lying on the floor, like you see us in one moment, right? What's really key about the difference between that and the images that we're perpetuative in media is that I'm breathing. I'm breathing. I'm moving and I'm breathing. So it must be that these are alive bodies. I'm not trying to recreate.
That's great.
I'm really trying to say that these are live bodies, breathing bodies.
Thank you.
I think we've got time for one more over here. Thank you. Are we? Oh, we have a microphone fight. Thank you.
Hi. Is it strategic that you use able-bodied dancer? And if so, what is that process like in translating the movement or the ideas into an able-bodied dancer?
It's called Who's Available? That's what it's called. Currently in the field, I recognize who's available. And I've worked with different disabled dance artists. And appreciate the nuance of bringing them, and ultimately that is my intention, is not to create a kind of physically integrated dance that is about able but non-disabled and disabled dancers. Rather, it's the work. So this is someone I've gotten to know and have appreciated getting to know, and timing was right. And so, yeah, it felt like timing was right, and to allow for that, our relationship to build and to work from that, because I'm also very invested in continuing relationships and getting to know bodies. It takes a while. Particularly, we want to bring out all of who they are, as much as we can, as opposed to some part thereof. However, the paradigm is that Drew is entering into it knowing that the work centralizes a disabled body. So again, I think it doesn't go back to translation or adaptation, rather than what is his relationship to the work, and what is his role as an interpreter and as an artist to ask the questions, to continue to discover. And I'm wondering if you can talk a little about, because you were talking about this process of continuing to discover in the work. Just through that, like, we started so long ago, just trying to figure out the process, but it just like clicked 2 days ago. So that's how like rigorous it was, just trying to understand the process of like moving out of 5, 6, 7, 8, and all these methods that I've been training for through my whole dance career, and how it was destructed. It just really kind of opened up my mind to what dance can be, what I can be as a dancer and as a mover. So, yeah. And I brought up this word because there's a while when Drew was just working, and I was just bringing material, and Drew was inhabiting it and exploring it. So there was a while where it was just Drew's body. And then I think one of the key concepts in understanding, for me, looking at disability aesthetic, is interdependence. So there's a moment where Drew was his body working, and then I came into space, and there was an interdependent relationship. There was ways in which we had to figure out how we coexisted. And so that then further informed the work. So that clearly there's a moment where he was holding the information in a particular kind of way. So it was never translation. It was actually like, okay, this is Drew's body. Then I had to come in and go, well, how do I navigate that? And I found that for me was the beauty of the interdependent, understanding interdependency in that way, these independent bodies that find a way to coexist, and they are unified by a kind of composition and form that is informed by both bodies, even though it still centralizes the disabled body. It also helped that we are both black, if we didn't know. We both identify as male, among other things. And so then there was this notion of the non having to worry about certain things to be articulated because we had two black male bodies. And then, the conversations that then floated and were created within the midst of coexisting as a material.
Thank you very much. We have to stop here, but we're about to shift into a panel, so if you have questions, please feel free to bring them up in the panel. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, Brenda Foley.
Thank you. As we move into our second panel of the day, which is looking ahead to what the future might hold in disability and performance. For that, we're drawing on the expertise of Baraka De Soleil, whose terrific performance that you just preceded this panel. And as mentioned, Baraka is actively working on the intersection of race and dance, among other many things. Magda Romanska, an associate professor at Emerson and visiting associate professor of dramaturgy and dramatic criticism at Yale School of Drama. Her current project has a working title of The Bionic Body, Technology, Disability, and Humanism. And she's a co-founder with Loudon Stearns of the Institute for Transmedia, Art, and Performance, a Boston-based interinstitutional research and performance lab focused on the intersection of new media technology, including video mapping and social media and live multi-location and immersive events. Joining Magda on the panel is Anita Hollander, an award-winning performer with wide-ranging experience in film, television, dance, and stage, including a nomination for the Helen Hayes Award. And she's the national chair of SAG-AFTRA Performers with Disabilities. She'll also be performing off-Broadway in the Artificial Jungle, May 27th through July 1st at Clermont Theater on 42nd Street. We crossed paths at a Theater Breaking Through Barriers workshop, and I see that Nick, the artistic director, is here with us, so welcome. And I'm thrilled that she was able to make time to share her expertise today. The panel is moderated by Rachel Kolb, who is pursuing her PhD at Emory in English with a certificate in bioethics, and who has 2 master's degrees, one from Stanford and the other from Oxford. Her research interests relate to representations of disability in 20th century American literature and culture, especially depictions of deafness, physical embodiment, and conventions of language and communication. In addition to her PhD work, Rachel pursues broader creative and critical writing projects related to our cultural conceptions about deafness and communication. And she has had her work published in the New York Times and Atlantic, and also gave a TED Talk in 2013. So we welcome you all, and I'll now turn the panel over to Rachel.
Thank you all very much. I'm looking forward to a great conversation with all of you today. And I'm also, just speaking for myself, I've really enjoyed seeing all of the creativity and all of the positive resources that we've seen come from today's symposium. So with that, I'm clear in mind about what disability can bring to performers and to the creative arts. I wanted to ask all of you if you wouldn't mind to share some of your thoughts about the most exciting possibilities in the future for disability performers, generally, to open up more of those possibilities. You can speak in general or to your specific field of performance or study if you would like. You want to start?
Well, I think that new technologies open up quite interesting and exciting opportunities for the disabled performers in all sorts of aspects. I mean, traditionally, any sort of assistive technologies the goal was to mimic both the look and the capacities of the human bodies. But as we move forth, we kind of entering a post-mimetic representation of the disabled body. The assistive technology no longer has to mimic human capacities, but can go beyond it. Which means that in some ways the disabled are on the vanguard of the new body enhancement technologies. Like, we are going to be the ones testing a lot of those technologies, and we will be the ones potentially imagining what that future human body mean and can look like, and what kind of capacities it can have, in which sort of gives us in some ways a privileged position. It also will change the relationship between the disabled body and a non-disabled body, because if you can enhance your body beyond your original capacities to the point where it has more capacities than the able-bodied, non-enhanced human body, then which body is really disabled and which body is not disabled? We will have to kind of struggle with that question. And this has to do both with the physical and also the sensory disabilities. If you can, in the same way that some folks, disabled folks, can develop capacities, develop a sixth sense. You can echolocate or see and hear things which other people cannot if one of your senses is impaired. Can we create machines which were in some ways made disabled of all of us with those enhanced capacities? So we have to sort of think about that and also think about how we can take the leadership position in these conversations, simply because we have lived on the crossroads of those questions our entire lives. So we, in some ways, embody the future. We are the embodiment of the bionic, futuristic body. And so it will be extremely important for the leadership in our community and in the performance and theater community to draw on the disabled experience and our knowledge and our contributions to this field, and particularly, on this is kind of how I see the future.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of horizons opening up with technology and those different interactions, and yes, disability is so central to that experience already. Barak, do you have any ideas about most exciting opportunities for disability performance?
I mean, I love what Magda said about embodying the future. And I recognize and I want to think that the question is not so much, well, how do you bring disability into the future? Rather, how do you acknowledge that disability has always been a part of our lives and a part of our aesthetic, part of our legacies, part of our culture. And so when this is continued revelation and the continued revealing of the disabled body and its truth, it is going to continue to happen, that more disabled bodies are going to come into the space, into the stages, onto the stages, and desire to be reflected. And that reflection is reflected not just on the stage, off the stage, in the audience. And so then we must continue to think that this reflection is continue to show itself. And so I think, and centralized for me, the body is about how does this body continue to show up? And how do I continue to allow it to be present? And so I recognize that I believe that there's continued beauty that will be revealed through the notion of the disabled body and humanity, which I feel is also a counterpoint to sometimes when we think about technology and the future of technology. I was in Germany this past fall talking about that and about robotics and synthetics and the ways in which the disabled body has been viewed as a deficit. And so we augment, we add these things to make it to become itself, which, as Magda's saying, actually leads it to become beyond itself. And so I'm not interested in going beyond myself. I don't think we need to. I think we need to continue to recognize who we are. And so technology needs to support who we are, not who we are trying to be, or that we are trying to continue to support or perpetuate an ableist thought, that there's a certain kind of body, that is a medicalized body, that you have to get better. Rather, I'm interested in a future that's actually responsive to the uniqueness and to being in tune with humanity that already exists, particularly when we see the disabled body. I believe there it is, doing its thing. So the future, what future holds, is a continued revealing of that body. I also recognize in thinking about how disability has been, and its aesthetics, and its relationship to access and accessibility, has been informed by kind of homogenous, a kind of way that's racially homogenous. And so I look to a future that actually is quite intercultural, both in the academia and outside that is not centralizing the whiteness in disability aesthetic in the culture and in the academia, which is currently what's happening, that it is much more intercultural and much more itself, understanding its own biodiversity. I want to think about that in terms of the future. And particularly, you talked about performance. I want to think about physically integrated dance, not as able bodies teaching non-disabled folks how to do what they do already, rather than flipping the paradigm, which is what my work is invested in. And that physically integrated dance, as I thought of it in its root from when I first learned about it, that I know it has a history beyond the 90s, is that it's about centralizing that particular body and everything else in relationship to it. And it's about a truth of integration. So I hope that the future, I believe, the future is about really integrating that body itself into the world. And so I really want to be keen on supporting that and to refine and to see how that is shaped in terms of the future. And the last thing is about accessibility, because I think that it's always a part of the culture and the aesthetic, is that it is no longer an afterthought. It is actually the thought. And I'm not talking about universal design, I'm talking about responsive design that tunes into the multiple different. Because when those are responded to, it impacts everyone. How many people use that push button door or are non-disabled?
Exactly. My turn? Thank you. It's so interesting to hear what you both said. And Magda, while you were speaking, I couldn't help thinking of Oscar Pistorius, who was accused of being too good to compete in the Olympics because he had unfair advantage of the technology. And as you were talking, I couldn't help thinking of that, because at that time I wrote to the New York Times and they actually published the damn letter I wrote because it was like, hello, no. Sorry, but it really did touch upon that thing that you're talking about, and also Barack, when you were speaking about diverse ability, I've been thinking a lot about that myself in the performers with disabilities community of SAG-AFTRA, professional performers, and how we are trying more to not just disability but diverse ability. And what's really great is that last weekend I made a short film, a 5-minute film, where we had the most diverse team, just an amazing thing, Black, white, Asian, Latino, everybody all working together, and that the 5-minute film was about the advantages that our bodies have, in a way, over the so-called able-bodied. So it's so exciting to hear you both speak, and I'm here to sort of answer Rachel's questions of what's happening, and because of my work with SAG-AFTRA and with equity, we have actual things that are happening that will affect you guys in the future. And one particularly, which I just talked about, the Easter Seals Disability Film Challenge, which is a 48-hour film challenge. And it's something that I'm going to give this to Brenda, because you'll want this, because next year you should really all just enter. It's so much fun, really, to spend 48 hours. Like, you get an assignment on Friday, you write it, you write the script, you produce it, you shoot it, you edit it, all in 48 hours. So I thought it was going to be a nightmare, and it wasn't at all. It was just absolutely fabulous. And plus, at the end of the weekend, you have a film. Maybe it's not perfect, but you have a film. And some of the films that have won the Disability Film Challenge have gone on to festivals all over the world, including a festival which started right here in New York City, which is the Real Abilities Festival. Now, I may be talking to people who already know this stuff, but the Real Abilities, R-E-E-L, Real Abilities Film Festival, is an opportunity for films either about disability or films that have a disabled character or films that are made by disabled film writers of all different levels are viewed. They're screened here for about a week in March. And after that, travel all through the country as well as up to Toronto. And some of those films end up in Australia, in London, throughout the world. And I think there's been an African film festival that's picked up some of the films as well. There are festivals all over the world that'll pick up short, full-length, narrative, documentary, whatever. It gives everybody a chance to actually get ourselves out there to see ourselves. Because with 57 million Americans with disabilities, which I tell the commercial industry, have $1 trillion of discretionary money to spend, and they're losing that if they don't include us on television, film, and theater. They're losing out.
we're the advantage. So with that, we should see ourselves, basically. We should not only, and what we fight for at SAG-AFTRA and at Equity is inclusion, meaning auditions, opportunities, being seen for roles. Not just roles with disabilities, but roles of all kinds, because your next door neighbor could have a disability. The crazy person at the grocery store might actually have a disability. There are people with disabilities who are judges and lawyers and all things, all walks of life and roles of life, so that they aren't necessarily the disabled character, but they happen to be the soccer mom who has a disability. And so now I think that, rather than my breaking into the sun will come out tomorrow, well, it really will, because the future is looking better. And that what we have found, I keep a watchdog scorecard of what's going on. And television is ahead right now. Television, the shows like Speechless, where you do have a disabled actor playing a disabled character as a series regular. NCIS NOLA, New Orleans. Daryl Chill Mitchell is a series regular. He's an African-American actor who uses a wheelchair. On Meredith Eaton, a little person actress, is on Blacklist, I think? One of the shows. Sorry, you can look her up. Google. She has just entered into the picture as another series regular. We're seeing more series regulars. We're seeing more people just playing supporting roles. So television, because we have fought this battle in Hollywood with the AMPTP, which is the Alliance of Motion Picture and Television Producers, we've had a task force with them for a few years working on that. And they are waking up, these studio executives. But film is way behind. We're still seeing films that they just want to get their Oscars, so some celebrity actor is going to play a disabled character, or a Chinese character, by the way. I won't say what I'm talking about, but you'll figure it out. There are films that are sort of doing it right and sort of not. Wonderstruck is coming up, where 20 minutes of the film is silent because it's from the perspective of a deaf child growing up, and the actress, the 13-year-old actress playing the child version, is deaf, and all the actors in the 20-minute segment who were hired, who are not necessarily characters who are deaf, but because it's a 20-minute silent thing, it's her world growing up. So 20 minutes, they hired all deaf actors to play the butcher, the baker, the candlestick man, everybody in her life. However, when she grows up, she's Julianne Moore suddenly. And what I have learned is that Marlee Matlin, celebrity, wonderful deaf actress, had actually brought the idea of this film to the director. So there you've got the irony of what we're fighting with. But at the same time, theater is thriving with performers with disabilities. I'm so glad Nick is here. Nick Viselli, who's the artistic director of Theater Breaking Through Barriers. And we're about to go into rehearsals for an off-Broadway show by Charles Ludlam of the Ridiculous Theater Company, who's no longer with us, but it's a hilarious comedy called The Artificial Jungle, and 4 out of the 5 cast members have disabilities, but the show was never written for actors with disabilities or characters with disabilities. And it's hilarious. And it's being directed by Everett Quinton, who worked with Charles Ludlam all through those years of the Ridiculous Theater Company. I'm excited, very excited about it. But not only is that happening in New York, we've had performers with disabilities in leading or large characters throughout the regional theaters, such as a deaf actor playing the Hunchback of Notre Dame in the new musical about the Hunchback of Notre Dame, which is the musical of the movie that was at Sacramento Music Theater out in California. We had Evan Ruggiero, who can tap dance on one leg, and he played the lead in Toxic Avenger, the musical, in Pittsburgh. I was up at the Goodman Theater a year ago, one of the most fabulous theaters in America doing the matchmaker, doing 3 different roles. Some had 2 legs, some had 1. One played the piano, one sang. It was great because the director just wanted to show all of that and put it all out there. And in fact, the critics said, the most mobile person on stage is Anita Hollander, and she happens to have 1 leg. So it was really fun, you know. I think that we are showing up more and more. We still have a long way to go, but that's where you guys come in, and that's where you can get involved with the film challenge, which is literally costs very little to join, and then you do it with no budget. They don't allow you to pay anyone for anything, so you just do it. You get a team together, hopefully a diverse team like I was fortunate to get, and you throw that 5 minutes of film out there, and you get the returns. You can also enter that film in other wonderful film festivals that you can find on filmfreeway.com. There's all these festivals. So for young people right now, you're actually going to be able to benefit off the 35 years I've been working on this thing, the 25 years that Barack has been working on, and I'm sorry, I'm talking too long. So anyways, I just wanted to say that there is good news. There's so many opportunities. And Lights, Camera, Access 2.0, which is another initiative all over the country, the White House, New York, LA, in between many of the cities, Chicago, where Lights, Camera, Access is a training ground for its mentorship of celebrities or people who are in the business, leaders in the business, in the industry, mentoring young people getting into the business. So if any of you are interested, you can do this. You don't have to have a disability, but for Lights, Camera, Access, they're looking for people of all different backgrounds who are young and who want to engage in the disability conversation. And the film challenge, Disability Film Challenge, you don't have to be a disabled filmmaker to enter it. You just have to have someone in there who has a disability, whether in front of or in back of the camera. So I hope this helps everybody. Oh, and I will give Brenda information to give to you.
Yeah, I really have so many follow-up questions based on what all of you have said, because I want to make sure that we save some time at the end for the audience to ask questions. I'm just going to ask one more of all of you or anyone who wants to participate. I'm curious about the question of access for audience members to performance as well. So what do you see as future opportunities for increasing accessibility to performance for people who might need different kinds of access to creative work, involving disability or not?
Could you clarify, Rachel, what you mean by access access of audiences to performers? Are you referring to?
Yes, I read that. Yes, it's such as I think those creative ways that can arise from making sure that we have different modalities of information included in access to viewing or access to hearing or access to encountering different performance in different ways. So do you have any responses to that before we turn it over to the audience?
Broadway has been working on access for audiences for many years, more than for performers. Although lately now we have Madison on Broadway, and we had Ali Stroker on Broadway as well, which was a breakthrough this past year, that last year and this year on the stage. And making backstage accessible was the problem. But until now, accessibility offstage has been helped by grants. We'll see where the money is right now, but accessibility of hearing audiences, deaf audiences, autistic. There a lot of Broadway performances have had special performances for children with autism or people on the autism spectrum, so that they make it a little more accessible as far as the stimulation is concerned, and that's going across the country. There are more ways of hearing. There's audio description more and more. It's been the slowest thing to develop is audio description, but closed captioning and super titles. And the great thing about super titles is that it works for everybody, especially if you're doing an Italian opera. Everyone can enjoy to see this performance and get the story out of it, at least from that. So there has been funding for things like that. I know a theater in San Francisco, a small theater, got funding to make their space mobility accessible. And more we're seeing that. But of course the NEA had a lot to do with that. So we're going to have to be finding funding.
I'll speak a little about what's happening outside of the USA. And I think it's been formed, but one of the things I'm tapping into is thinking about it through art galleries. One of the things that's really I've experienced and been interacting with is around curatorial approaches to accessible visual artwork, such that it is happening in different ways. It's tactile, it is multisensory, it is, there's people working with kind of like vibratory responses, that people can interact with the works as vibratory, making sure that it is at a particular kind of height, making sure that there's audio description available, that there's written, that there are different ways that are also kind of relaxed environments when people can come in to experience a particular artwork. Things like having enough seats or having enough space is one of the things they're thinking about. So carving up the space and make it more accessible beyond just physical and mobility, but multi dimensions and becoming more nuanced. And I think that here in the States, we have the opportunity to continue to think about that, but I want to push it. It has to become more nuanced. It is so centered on physical and about trying to get into a space for audiences that I'm really tired of that. Particularly then, because spaces still aren't accessible. They're still not getting in. So then you have, what is the issue in budget, which is not just about the NEA. We've got to pull the resources, and actually the future should hold that every budget should have access, support, access that includes ASL, audio description, personal attendance. I mean, I can name the list, but there is a list. That is always a part of the budget. So then that just helps support people feel like they can come in. The other thing that has to begin to turn that you're talking about, and I think you're talking about, is that reflection. The narratives must, some might say it's okay if it's just a person with a disability and happen to have it, but also some might say, I want to understand my experience. And I want that reflected. And I'm kind of tired of investing myself in kind of the same kind of body being shown. I want my body, or I want something different than a certain kind of body. And we have the opportunity now to push that. I think you're right. Within the theater, within the performance, we can push it beyond itself to continue to reveal humanity, and so that those who are audiences are experiencing work that it is also part of their narrative and not someone else's narrative they're trying to tap into. And so I think that's the other key. And I think the other thing that I think in terms of modalities is thinking also about responses, the way that things are interacted with. And I know in this particular gallery, I'm doing a shout out to Tangled Art Gallery, talking about how visitors can have a way to respond that's multiple modalities. That can be also ASL videotaped, so that they can have, that's part of the response. That's not, again, just built on one way that the audience gets to give opinions and shape and inform and offer in the truth of who they are. Offer that as their feedback, not go through a filter that again can be ableist, that then they can't interact with. So those have to shift. I say the last thing is that I think that this opportunity, particularly I think in thinking about, I don't know if we call it relaxed or sensory, whatever the term is right now, that blurring or that removing that boundary so that, in theater, so that actors come on stage and have a conversation with you to get to know the work is amazing. And I think everyone may want an opportunity to have that. So when we do those things, we're opening it up so that there are, again, becomes more nuance, and so that we're not just built around product and that people just see the performance and that's it. We're actually opening up and revealing how people go through the process, and that there's beauty in that. And I think that audiences are appreciative of that moment. So let's not make that moment just about the one time, but that is also part of that notion of access.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're running out of time. I don't want to go over, but I think we have time for maybe one or two audience questions. So I'm going to turn it over to anyone here who wants to ask anything of the panel.
Testing, testing. I was just watching something about the Cybathlon or the Bionic Olympics that just, well, not just, it was a while ago, that was in Zurich. And I was just wondering, how do you think, my bad, how do you think that will affect maybe the future or the portrayal of people in media and how like maybe they're seen by society?
I'm not sure. Did we all go off? Sorry.
Well,
Hello?
I think that,
I didn't quite understand. Monta, did you understand?
yes, so she's asking about how a kind of a Bionic Olympics will potentially affect changing perception of disability. And, well, I mean, this is sort of decision that we all have to make. Like, do I want to bang my head on the wall of a building which is not wheelchair accessible? Or do I want to figure out other way to do what I want to do without access to the particular building, yeah? And so I think that really, new technologies, even, internet really gives us opportunities to do things outside of the pre-existing structures. I mean, in some ways, what we defined as mainstream representation is what can be commodified, yeah? And so the people in charge with the money have not figured out yet the way to commodify the disabled experience in the way that would make it profitable to include. They are sort of trying to do it right now.
For you, how can I get you to understand this blind thing? I just want you to understand me. And once, I even have a hobby. I go wherever the city I'm in or whatever neighborhood I'm in, I look for the nearest bar. I go bar hopping. I sit in the bar, and I just challenge myself, how many of these people I could get to be my friend today? And it's a beautiful thing, and blind is who I am. It's what I am. It's how I see the world through those eyes and through these ears, dealing with people. Because let's face it, man, everyone has a disability. Everyone. There's no perfect people in this world. And I wake up every morning and make sure that I know this as well. So I just want to thank Brenda for inviting me to be able to perform here today. And it was tremendous. Thank you. I see trees of green, red roses too, and I see them bloom for me and you, and I think to myself, what a wonderful world. I see skies of blue and clouds of white, the bright blessed day, and that dark say good night. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. The colors of the rainbow, they are so pretty in the sky. The smiles are on the faces of the people passing by. I hear friends smacking hands, saying, how do you do? But they're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, and I watch them grow, they'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Just stay open, stay positive. Let people in. Let them feel like it's comfortable to ask anything they want about your disability. Because that's our strength. Our strength is to be able to tell it to them. We are the Creator's messenger. And we bring that message. But we have to let them in, that's all. Colors of the rainbow, so pretty in the sky. The smiles are on the faces of the people passing by. I see friends shaking hands, saying, how do you do? But they're really saying, I love you. I hear babies cry, but I watch them grow. They'll learn much more than I'll ever know. And I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, then I think to myself, what a wonderful world. Thank you. Come on, put your hands together. Let's help the band out a little bit. And if you know the words to these, join in. When you're smiling, that whole world, it smiles with you. When you're laughing, that sun, it comes shining through. But when you're crying, you bring on the rain. So stop your whining and sighing. Be happy again. When you're smiling, that whole world, it smiles with you. So that when you're smiling, that whole world, it smiles with you. when you're laughing, and when you're laughing, that sun, it comes shining through. But when you're crying, you bring on the rain. So stop your whining and sighing. Be happy again. Keep on smiling. 'Cause when you're smiling, that whole world smiles with you. Play it, Marco. Marco Di Gennaro. When you're smiling, that whole world, it will smile with you. When you're laughing, that sun, it comes shining through. But when you're crying, you bring on the rain. So stop your whining and sighing. Be happy again. Keep on smiling. 'Cause when you're smiling, that whole world smiles. That whole world smiles. That whole world smiles with you. Yeah. Keep on smiling. Thank you. Thank you. How's everyone feeling? Great. Good. Good. Just making sure, you know. This is a beautiful standard called My Ship, and this is our arrangement of it. Slow it down a little bit. My ship has sails that are made of silk. The decks are trimmed with gold, and of jam and spice there's a paradise in the hold. My ship's aglow with 1,000,000 pearls and rubies fill each bin. The sun sits high in a sapphire sky when my ship comes in, and I can wait the years till it appears. One fine day, one spring, but the pearls and such, and they won't mean much if there's missing just one thing. I do not care if that day arrives. that dream need never be. But if the ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me, if that ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me. I can wait the years till it appears one fine day, one spring. But the pearls and such, and they won't mean much if there's missing just one thing. Said I do not care if that day arrives. That dream need never be. And if the ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me, if that ship I sing doesn't also bring my own true love to me. Brenda, I don't know how much more time we got, so let me know, baby. If that ship I sing. Good evening. Thank you, Marco De Janeiro, Nate Brown, Mr. Douglas Richardson.
All right, great. Thank you so much. So thank you very much to Frank and the trio. It was beautiful. We definitely want to have you back again. I don't think that was enough for us, so another round of applause. Thank you. And we'll be shifting into Rosemary Garland Thompson's keynote address now. We'll just need a couple of minutes to set up, maybe 4. So don't go too far. Thank you. Okay, are we live? We are. Oh. All right, for our final presentation of the day, we're joined by Dr. Rosemary Garland Thompson from Emory University. Many of us who study, research, and practice in the field of disability studies have been mentored, if not in person, then by proxy, through Rosemary's insightful, cogent, and expansive explorations of what it means to be human. Reading Rosemary's scholarship and editorials serves as a primer for all of us on how to critique without being judgmental, how to invest in a topic without being reverential, and how to move beyond the often myopic perspective of our own disciplinary framework. We are honored to have Rosemary with us today, and please join me in welcoming her.
Thank you, Brenda, for inviting me to this marvelous conference. Thank you to the performers, the colleagues, sisters and brothers. Thank you all for being here today. I'm going to tell you a story as a kind of summation of our conference today. And it's a story about disability rights, disability culture, and disability inclusion. And I'm going to make a few points in my story. And the first one is that disability is everywhere once you know how to look for it. We have been represented in Western art from the very beginning. 2500 BCE, a dwarf family is represented in Egyptian art. In Mesoamerican art, we are represented. On Grecian urns, we are represented. In European painting, we are showed in the 1500s and into the 1600s and into the contemporary era. People with disabilities, and this is my other point, perhaps my most important point, have always been culture makers. For example, artists such as Vincent van Gogh represented himself as a person with a disability. Our first US president with a disability, Franklin Roosevelt, represented himself with a disability some of the time and sometimes not. But he brought forward a disability consciousness that the United States had never had. Leadership from people with disabilities in the 20th century extends from Helen Keller, public intellectual, with Annie Sullivan, her interpreter, to Stephen Hawking, the famous physicist. More recently, we have in government U.S. Senator and Army Major Tammy Duckworth, a woman of color, a double amputee, and a U.S. Senator, shown here in her political costume and in her military costume. We have disability leadership from disability culture in social media that's extremely vibrant. Alice Wong, for example, runs the Disability Visibility Project in social media. My next point is that strengthening support for disability culture, disability presence, and disability awareness across all civic institutions, and this is what I charge us all to go forward and do, will change attitudes, it will increase access, it will build community, and it will cultivate leadership. I'm going to talk for the rest of my presentation here today about what I call the generative potential of disability. And I have several ways of talking about that. One is that disability is now for us in liberal democratic orders increasingly a political resource, beginning in mid-20th century with the United Nations Declaration on the rights of human beings, a Declaration on Human Rights in 1948, a variety of different covenants and laws have grown out of that declaration. One of them, perhaps the most important, is the Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, a United Nations convention that has been adopted throughout the world and is now under implementation. These covenants are designed to ensure our rights, to protect us against discrimination, and to support our culture. In the United States, in the mid-20th century, we had the disability rights movement along with the greater civil rights movement, which included the Black civil rights movement, the women's movement, the LGBTQ movement, a variety of other justice movements, which included the disability rights movement. And as a result of those movements, we have laws such as the Americans with Disabilities Act, but a variety of other laws that mandate inclusion, that protect us against discrimination, and that support culture through establishing access to places that we had been excluded before and helping us to establish a very vibrant disability leadership across all civic units. For example, we have people with disabilities operating businesses. Here is Kathy D. Woods, pioneer of disability fashion, an African-American woman, small woman, who designs clothes for small adults. We have leadership in government now. I'm showing Rebecca Cockley, the first person with a disability to be the executive director of the National Council on Disability, shown here with President Barack Obama. A variety of different organizations, NGOs, consultant organizations are being brought forward now under disability leadership. For example, SexAbled is a sexual consultation service that is run by a person with a disability, and it is for people with disabilities and sexual consultation. The Autistic Self-Advocacy Network is an autistic-run advocacy organization for people with autism. So in addition to being a political resource, disability is also, and this is what I'm going to talk about for the rest of my time here, a narrative resource. So disability is a resource in literary arts. For example, the founding story of Western culture, that is the story of Oedipus, turns on disability. Oedipus has a broken foot. Oedipus becomes blind at the end of his life. The entire story is infused with disability and its meanings. In American literature, Herman Melville's Moby Dick, The Sound and the Fury by William Faulkner all turn on the issue of disability. Their main protagonists are people with disabilities. These are understood as the most canonical works of fiction in all of American literature. We have a vibrant culture of of people who do literature, who are poets and writers, people with disabilities. Only one example here is Paul Guest, who I call a mouth stick poet. He's a person with quadriplegia who gives his readings using a mouth stick, which is a very distinctive way of doing a poetic reading. I'm going to spend a little bit of time here on disability as a narrative resource in media and film arts, just to give a little review of some of the disability films that we have had recently. Many of them, of course, starting in the 1980s, used a performance of virtuosity by a non-disabled actor, such as Dustin Hoffman here in Rain Man, and of course won a great deal of critical acclaim. We have Tom Cruise playing in Born on the 4th of July. We have Daniel Day-Lewis in My Left Foot. We have John Malkovich in Of Mice and Men. We have Colin Firth in The King's Speech. We have Hilary Swank in $1 Million Baby. More recently, we have, and I have a hard time with this guy's name, Benedict Cumberbatch, not Cumberbun, who plays Alan Turing in The Imitation Game. And more recently and more important, I think, of course, we have a spate of television and media performances by people with disabilities, led, if you will, by what Maureen Dowd called our first dwarf heartthrob, Peter Dinklage, shown here on the cover of Esquire magazine, and of course in his role in Game of Thrones. Also in television, we have American Horror Story, which has brought forward some disabled actors. This is an illustration, I didn't see this, of Jamie Brewer, a woman with Down syndrome who's playing Nan in American Horror Story Coven. We have reality television now that introduces actors with disabilities, for example, Push Girls. We have Breaking Bad. We have, and this has been mentioned today, Speechless, in which an actor who does not speak plays a role of a character who does not speak. We also have such reality television shows as Little People, Big World, and an entire archive of TED Talks by people with disabilities. I'm showing an image here of the disabled comedian Maysoon Zaid in her TED Talk of 2013, but many of us have TED Talks now, and this is a way that disability leadership and performance is being brought forward in this relatively new genre of performance that is the TED Talk. Documentary film, of course, is advancing, and there are really important films. This is an image of a 4-minute film made about Rachel Kolb, who moderated our panel earlier today. It's called Can You Read My Lips? It is an award-winning short film. I'm going to finish up by talking about disability as an aesthetic resource. So I've mentioned disability as a political resource, a narrative resource, and I want to talk about disability as an aesthetic resource in our culture. I'm going to start with design. Design has been transformed by our technology, by our stuff. For example, this wonderful book by Graham Pullen called Design Meets Disability brings forward the importance of what we think of as adaptive technology or our technology and its role in contemporary design. So what was imagined as medical technology, such as the wheelchair, has now become aesthetic technology and artistic technology. The international symbols of access are part of the iconography of the built environment that calls constant attention to our presence and to our rights as people with disabilities to have access to all civic institutions throughout the entire culture. Wheelchair design itself has moved from a medical industry to an industry which produces wheelchairs for sport, wheelchairs for dance, wheelchairs for a variety of different activities in life, and they have become themselves aesthetic objects. High technology. The built environment architecturally has been transformed by the mandate to ramp the built environment that began in 1968 with the Architectural Barriers Act, so that now we have elegant and aesthetically pleasing and aesthetically sound ramps throughout the entire built environment. We have very interesting objects that are coming forward from our technology. Here's an image of what's called an ear chair, which is a set of chairs designed to amplify face-to-face communication for people sitting in chairs. Prosthetic technology itself has moved from, again, the medical context into the aesthetic context. The Alternative Limb Project has produced aesthetically spectacular prosthetic devices, such as this intricately painted prosthetic leg We have someone who has designed, Joanna Hawley, what's called the Ames leg, which is a prosthetic leg that is inspired by the famous mid-century modern design of the Ames chair. Crutches as well as wheelchairs have become aesthetic devices. Claire Cunningham here, shown in the Unlimited UK program, is developing a performance in which she uses a variety of arm and leg crutches to perform. The history of prosthetics is being understood now in terms of the aesthetic quality, the object quality of traditional prosthetics. I'm showing a pair of artificial legs that were designed in 1966 with little red Mary Janes that are on display in the Wellcome collection in London. A variety of other arts, such as fiber art, and I'll talk a little bit more about that, is being developed by people with disabilities. Sandy Yee, shown here, is a fiber artist with unusual hands and feet who designs gloves and shoes for her own unusual body that are beautiful and aesthetically fine objects. I want to talk a little bit about the imagistic arts, painting, the production of images. We have a long tradition. I suggested this a little bit at the beginning. For example, war protest painting. I'm showing here an image called Gassed from 1918 by John Singer Sargent, who shows a number of veterans from World War I who have been blinded by mustard gas in this picture of anti-war protest. The artist Claude Monet became more and more impressionist in his painting as he became more and more blind toward the end of his life. Modernist painting, Cubism, and abstract expressionism has taken up unusual bodily forms, such as Picasso is inventing here in his famous painting of the woman with the blue hat from 1939. We have disabled artists who are newly recognized. Frida Kahlo, for example, who did self-portraits, which are extraordinarily powerful and are part of the disability art archive now. We have a long tradition of the representation of disability in photography. Just one example are the portraits, the photographic portraits done by the American artist Diane Arbus. I'm showing here one of her black and white photographs of two women with Down syndrome from 1970. The father, if you will, of photographic realism, Chuck Close, is a person with a disability whose artistic expression has evolved not in spite of his disabilities, but because of his disabilities as his body changed, which established a new relationship between his body, his painting hand, and his canvas. His portraits have changed tone and shape and structure as a result of the changes in his body over a lifetime of art production. Judith Scott, who had the first single artist show at the Brooklyn Museum a few years ago, who's a fiber artist, a woman who was deaf with Down syndrome. I'm showing here one of her untitled images from 2004. The artist Catherine Sherwood, who teaches at the University of California at Berkeley, was an artist who had a stroke and became paralyzed. Her right arm, which is the arm that she did her art with, became paralyzed, and she learned to do art with her left arm, and her art was transformed as a result of these changes in her body that we count as disability. The artist, Riva Lair, a disabled artist, paints pictures, portraits of leaders in the disability community. I'm showing Riva here with a portrait in the National Portrait Gallery in Washington, D.C. And I'm going to end with a few images from the aesthetic resource that disability is in dance. Just a few images. So Amy Purdy danced in a 3D printed dress during the Rio 2000 Paralympics opening ceremony. So on the left, there's an image of Amy Purdy on ABC's Dancing with the Stars. Actually, I think that's on the right. And on the left, we have Amy Purdy in the opening ceremony with a very interesting prosthetic extension. And Amy, of course, dances on the same kinds of legs that Amy Mullins dances on, the kinds of legs that Oscar Pistorius ran on, and that is the cheetah legs, which are used now for both dancing and for athletic endeavors. The disabled wheelchair-using artist Alice Shepard, performing here at Emory University in 2013, is pushing the choreography for disabled dancers, wheelchair-using dancers, into new arenas by incorporating a ramp in some of her newest choreography, and I think she's performed some of this here in New York. Leroy Moore, who's a poet and the creator of Crip Hop movement. He's also the co-founder of the disability performance art collective called Sins Invalid out of Oakland, California. And I want to end here with an image of two artists that I find particularly interesting. They are the English dancer David Toole, shown here in a really wonderful photograph by Nick Knight in a costume designed for David Toole's body by the now late fashion designer Alexandra McQueen, who designed a fan-shaped skirt for the legless David Toole, who is a dancer who dances on his arms. And I find the concept of a legless dancer to be one of the most interesting and challenging aspects of disability as an aesthetic resource, because of course we understand leggedness as being one of the essential elements of dance. And so David Toole, legless David Toole, bringing forward dancing, legless dancing, introduces to us something that is completely new, that illustrates the possibilities and the opportunities for an aesthetic resource that is disability. And on the right is an image here of the late Homer Avila, who was a one-legged dancer. He danced on two legs and had one of those legs amputated, and this caused his career to actually take off. He was able to dance with the Frankfurt Ballet. He was able to work with Vic Marks at UCLA and a variety of other choreographers who took upon themselves the situation of a one-legged dancer and how to choreograph and how this could move forward movement within dance in new ways, doing a lot of the kind of floor movement that we saw Barack doing today in this wonderful performance that was new to me. So thank you very much, Barack. And I wanted to end here with legless dancers in order to, for us to think about disability as a resource in performance, in art, in knowledge making, in history, in narrative, and in ethics in the world. Thank you. All right, 23 minutes and 10 seconds.
Thank
Thank you so much, Rosemary. I do.
You are welcome.
We have you here as a resource, and so I do want to take a moment to take one or two audience questions before we wrap it up for the day. So if anyone has a pressing question for Rosemary, and I see Fortunate's hand already up.
I wanted to say that I always prepare a PowerPoint presentation with my work for the purposes of access. And I had a somewhat longer presentation prepared for today, and it would be available somehow. A link to it or somehow on the website if anyone wants to use it, because the images really are pretty powerful, and they're all captioned. So, and for educational purposes, you can do anything. Don't publish any of it.
Hi, I just had a question about what are some of the challenges that you face within the disability community? What are some of the things that maybe you all disagree upon, and how does that kind of hinder your progress or pose like blockages or things like that that kind of slow down the progress that the disability community has been making over the years?
Well, I wouldn't characterize our conversations within the disability community and the community of educators who work on disability. I primarily work with higher education and disability because I teach at a university. But I wouldn't as conflicts, but rather as ongoing conversations. I've been working over the last few years in bioethics. I've been developing a specialization and credentialing in bioethics so that I can engage with some credibility in conversations about such topics as genetic engineering and reproductive practices that are selective reproductive practices, and the development of what the historian Daniel Kevles calls the new eugenics. That's a very challenging environment to work in because I'm having conversations with bioethicists, with philosophers, with transhumanists, with medical scientists, with doctors, with people who work in healthcare, about really the kinds of things that I talked about just now, about the importance of the human variations that we think of as disabilities in the world, and our place and disability justice. But there are lots of important and vibrant conversations. For example, I just did a webinar, I don't know, a day or so ago, sponsored by an organization in Oakland called Genetics and Society. And part of that conversation was about genetic engineering and what kinds of genetic conditions should be targeted for elimination in the human germline. So these decisions are being made, and our ways of being in the world are already being selected against. But with genetic engineering, it's going to be a much more pervasive set of medical interventions. And make no mistake, the people who are doing this have no idea what our lives are like. So these conversations are really important to have and pay attention to. And some of them are taking place in the public sphere. There are a number of public intellectuals who have a lot to say about these conversations. But that's where I think a great deal of our work needs to be done. And one of the main ways that we can forward disability justice is by producing and supporting disability culture and disability presence everywhere, all the time. We need to be everywhere.
Than being everywhere?
Than being everywhere.
Thank you, Rosemary. So, no, it was really excellent.
So I have the task of thanking you all once again for joining us and spending the day here. And rather than give closing remarks, because I would never be able to say anything better than Rosemary did, I just want to end with an excerpt from Laura Hershey's poem Telling from the anthology Beauty is a Verb. Those with power can afford to tell their story or not. Those without power risk everything to tell their story and must. Someone, somewhere, will hear your story and decide to fight, to live and refuse compromise. Someone else will tell her own story, risking everything.